Chapter 148. After the green cloud rock landed on the arena, the middle-aged man, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, also leaped down, the 3-foot green glow beneath his feet supporting him as he landed steadily. 3 feet of chi was the hallmark of a middle connate stage adept. The middle-aged man was of medium build, and his face was as sharp as a knife. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. In addition, he had a hooked nose, and as he stood there, he stared at Donghuang from afar, giving Donghuang the feeling that he was being stared at by an eagle demon. "Father!" As soon as the middle-aged man landed, Chun Dandan went up to him, 2 streams of tears rolling down her cheeks. "I'm useless. I've let down your painstaking efforts all this time. From today onwards, I'm just a martial invalid, and I won't be able to bring you glory." Chun Dandan rushed forward and threw herself into the middle-aged man's arms, hugging him tightly. As she wept bitterly, her body twitched violently. The middle-aged man was Chun Dandan's biological father, the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Chun Tianhe. Chun Tianhe held a high position in the Valley of the Medicine Masters and was responsible for supervising and communicating with 7 of the 16 countries of the East Valley, including Yan'an. Now, as Chun Tianhe's gaze shifted from the youth to the girl in his arms, the sharpness in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a look of deep love. "Dandan, don't cry. Let father take a look." As Chun Tianhe spoke, he examined the condition of Chun Dandan's body. When he confirmed that all the meridians in Chun Dandan's body had been destroyed, his expression darkened. At this moment, he also confirmed his daughter's cultivation had indeed been crippled by someone. Moreover, all the meridians in her body had been destroyed, and there was no possibility of recovery. Even a primal core adept would be powerless. In that instant, Chun Tianhe's gaze pierced through the path that the crowd had parted to land on the youth, and it was filled with cold, murderous intent. "You're the useless Donghuang that my daughter mentioned to me before?" Chun Tianhe said coldly. "You dared to destroy my daughter's practice today. If you don't give me an explanation, you can stay in the Valley of the Medicine Masters forever." As he spoke, the cold, murderous intent in Chun Tianhe's eyes intensified. Although Chun Tianhe was still a distance away from Donghuang. However, the entire martial arts practice field was completely silent. Although his voice wasn't loud, it still clearly spread throughout the entire martial arts practice field. Explanation. Faced with Chun Tianhe's murderous glare, Donghuang's expression was indifferent, and his tone was extremely calm. "Who do you think you are? Do I need to give you an explanation for my actions?" "Arrogant." As the youth spoke, the same thought appeared in the minds of everyone present. They only felt that this youth was too arrogant. The person who had just arrived was not someone that Elderly from the Valley of the Medicine Masters could compare to. Elderly was only an early connate stage adept, and coupled with the fact that he had not practiced a first-grade technique, he had lost to the young man. And now, the person who had come was the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Not only was he a mid-connate stage adept, but he had also practiced the first-grade martial arts of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Although the youth was strong, he was only an early connate stage adept, and was not a match for the second elder. Therefore, seeing the youth so arrogant in front of the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, when they looked at the youth again, their eyes were filled with pity. Good. Seeing that not only was Donghuang's words arrogant, but his gaze was also filled with disdain, Chun Tianhe was so angry that he was speechless. "This is the first time in my life that I, Chun Tianhe, have met someone as arrogant as you." When Chun Tianhe spoke again, his voice was even colder, as if the surrounding air had dropped several degrees, giving one the feeling that they had fallen into an ice cellar. "Dandan, father will avenge you right now." When Chun Tianhe's gaze returned to Chun Dandan, he suppressed his anger and spoke gently. However, his tone was slightly hoarse from suppressing his emotions. "Father." Chun Dandan raised her head. Her tear-stained face was covered in frost. "Capture him, destroy his cultivation, and then hand him over to me. I want to cut him into 1,000 pieces. If he cooperates and hands over the primal chaos adept's treasure, I can let him die a quick death. If he doesn't cooperate, I will cut off every piece of flesh from his body, slice by slice, and feed it to the dogs in front of his eyes. Chun Danden's tone was even colder than Chun Tianhe's, and once it spread, it was as if the entire arena had been plunged into a harsh winter. Danden, you were so thoughtful. If you had not mentioned it, I would have forgotten that he had obtained the primal chaos adept's treasure. The disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who had gone to report to Chen Tianhe had mentioned that Zhou Donghuang had obtained the opportunity left behind by the primal core adept. But when Chen Tianhe arrived and was completely enraged by Zhou Donghuang, he had completely forgotten about this matter. Now, hearing Chun Danden mention it, he remembered. Since this youth had obtained the primal chaos adept's treasure, he naturally could not kill him directly. Even if he wanted to kill him, it would be after he handed over the treasure. Zhou Donghuang. At the same time, Chun Danden left Chen Tianhe's embrace and looked at Zhou Donghuang with a cold gaze. She said coldly, I remember, on the day I left the Magnolia Guild, you told me that you hoped I would not regret what I did then. Am I right? Chen Danden asked. That's right. Zhou Donghuang replied indifferently. Now that I think about it, you said that to me back then because you had already obtained the primal chaos adept's treasure, right? Chun Danden asked again, and without waiting for Zhou Donghuang to speak, she continued, if my support today was only that tiny preeminent Hong family, I might regret it. But now, I am the daughter of the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. And my father, the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Chun Tianhe, can easily kill you. As for what you said back then, let me answer you again. I, Chun Danden, will never regret it. As she spoke, Chun Danden's lips curled into a cold smile, and the hatred and murderous intent in her eyes intensified. Is that so? After hearing Chun Danden's words, Zhou Donghuang smiled lightly and looked at Chen Tianhe. It looks like you have a lot of confidence in this father of yours. Of course. Chun Danden raised her head like a proud peacock. My father is not only the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, but he is also a mid-Khanate stage adept. Don't think that just because you defeated elderly that no one in the Valley of the Medicine Masters can deal with you. In the Valley of the Medicine Masters, although there are not many who can deal with you, there are still many, and my father is one of them. As Chun Danden finished speaking, Chen Tianhe's feet had already begun to move as he walked towards the youth in the distance. 19 years old, early Khanate stage, if you had not obtained the Primal Chaos Adept's treasure, you would be considered an unparalleled genius among the martial arts geniuses. A Primal Chaos Adept's treasure left behind by a Primal Chaos Adept. And you, a person from the backwater of the country of Yanyang, have achieved so much. If it had been given to any disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, their achievements would definitely far surpass yours. For such a treasure to be given to you is really a waste of God's gift. If you know what's good for you, hand it over now. I can persuade my daughter to leave your corpse intact. As Chun Tianhe's indifferent words fell, he had already walked into the crowd and stood opposite the youth, glaring fiercely at him. Are you done? Zhou Donghuang raised his eyelids somewhat lazily and glanced at Chen Tianhe. With a shake of his right hand, a small metal ball rolled out from his sleeve. The small metal ball was in his hand, and Zhou Donghuang played with it casually as he looked at Chun Tianhe mockingly. Chen Tianhe, is it? Do you know that when your daughter Chen Danden was 5 years old, she wandered the streets alone and had no one to rely on, almost starving to death? It was my mother who brought her home from the snowstorm and gave her food and clothes to wear. Do you know that when she was 9 years old, her chronic illness acted up? It was also my mother who braved the wind and rain to climb cliffs, narrowly escaping death, to gather herbs, to treat her illness and save her life. Also, seeing that Zhou Donghuang was about to continue speaking, Chen Tianhe had already interrupted him coldly. Your mother helped my Danden, most likely because she knew that she was my daughter and wanted to curry favor with me. Chen Tianhe, don't make your mother sound so noble, and don't use your mother's little contribution to slander Danden as an ingrate, Chen Tianhe said coldly. Hearing Chun Tianhe's words, Zhou Donghuang was stunned for a moment, then quickly regained his composure and could not help but laugh. In the past, I've only heard of the saying, like father, like daughter. Today Zhou Donghuang, have learned something new. So, Chun Danden's ingrate was all inherited from you. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly. Cut the crap. Chen Tianhe laughed coldly, the coldness in his eyes rising. Since you have no intention of surrendering and handing over the opportunity left behind by the Primal Core Adept, I will personally capture you and hand you over to my daughter to deal with. Almost as soon as Chun Tianhe finished speaking, the chi all over his body exploded by more than 3 feet, and with a jolt of his body, it was as if he had transformed into a cannonball that emitted a blue glow, blasting towards Zhou Donghuang. The momentum was fierce, as if thousands of men and horses were charging forward. However, faced with the fierce momentum of Chun Tianhe, who had crossed half the distance in the blink of an eye, Zhou Donghuang only snorted coldly. In the next moment, on the right hand that held the small metal ball, a foot of chi raged. In an instant, the small metal ball, or more accurately, the sword sphere, with the injection of the foot of chi, transformed into a small metal sword that was surrounded by a cold light that could be seen with the naked eye. Swish! With a casual wave of Zhou Donghuang's right hand, the small metal sword sliced through the air like a meteor that flashed across the night sky, whistling towards Chen Tianhe. End of this chapter. Chapter 149. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the middle-aged man who had been charging at the youth suddenly fell head first to the ground, his body scraping the ground for some distance before coming to a stop. The 3-foot green glow that had burst forth from his body was also extinguished, like a flame that had been extinguished. The scene that had happened to the disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who had stood up for Chun Danden was repeated, but this time the shock was even greater, causing the crowd of disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters to stare in shock and silence. It was only when the small metal sword whistled back from afar, turning back into a sword sphere and returning to Zhou Donghuang's hand, that the crowd of disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters came to their senses and inhaled sharply. Second Elder is dead? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd of disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the middle-aged man who had mysteriously fallen head first to the ground lay motionless on the ground. Between his eyebrows, there was a hideous bloody hole from which fresh blood flowed like water. Evidently, this was a fatal wound. Just now, I think I heard the sound of a sword whistling for a brief moment. I heard it too. Didn't you all notice that the small metal sphere in Zhou Donghuang's hand suddenly turned into a small dagger-like sword that he threw at Second Elder? In my opinion, Second Elder was killed by that small metal sword. If that's really the case, isn't that small metal sword too fast? I actually didn't see anything. Following a wave of whispers, one gaze after another shifted from the corpse of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Second Elder, Chun Tianhe, to the youth. The youth was dressed in clothes whiter than snow, his left hand behind his back, and his right hand toying with a small metal sphere. Just now, many people had noticed the small metal sphere in the youth's hand, but they had never imagined that this small metal sphere could turn into a sword and kill the Valley of the Medicine Master's Second Elder in one blow. The youth who had come with Zhou Donghuang, the disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Master's Huang Mingfeng, saw Zhou Donghuang kill the Valley of the Medicine Master's Second Elder Chen Tianhe, and subconsciously took a few steps back, as if deeply afraid that others would think that he was in cahoots with Zhou Donghuang. He's finished. So far, Zhou Donghuang had displayed extraordinary power, and had even killed the Second Elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. However, this Second Elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was not the strongest person in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Not to mention the fact that the Valley of the Medicine Masters had several other mid-Khanate stage adepts. The Valley head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was a late Khanate stage adept and was widely recognized as the strongest in the surrounding regions of the 16 countries of the East Valley. Father, it was only when the gazes of the Valley of the Medicine Master's disciples and the Valley Elder who had lost an arm all fell upon the sword sphere in the youth's hand that Chun Danden recovered from her shock. Dad, when she realized that her father, Chun Tianhe, had been killed by the young man. Chun Dandan let out a wail of grief. She then threw herself beside Chun Tianhe's corpse, her eyes filled with despair. Chun Dandan actually had no feelings for her biological father, who had suddenly appeared. If he had been a beggar, Chun Dandan would never have acknowledged him. It was precisely because he was the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and had a high status in the surrounding regions of the 16 countries of the East Valley that Chun Dandan had so readily acknowledged him as her father and behaved obediently and filially. Now, Chun Dandan's grief and anguish was not because of Chun Tianhe's death, but because she had suddenly lost such a powerful backer. With Chun Tianhe's death, even if the Valley of the Medicine Masters allowed Chun Dandan to remain in the valley for Chun Tianhe's sake, her status in the Valley of the Medicine Masters would plummet. Chun Dandan could not accept this reality. After confirming that Chun Tianhe was really dead, Chun Dandan suddenly raised her head and glared fiercely at the youth standing not far away. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "Zhou Donghuang, you dare to kill my father. The Valley of the Medicine Masters will not let you off." It was almost as if she was setting off Chun Dandan's words. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, whose arm had been maimed by Zhou Donghuang, pulled out a small bamboo tube from his pocket with his right hand. Immediately, a signal flare shot into the air and exploded. This signal flare could only be used by the upper echelons of the Valley of the Medicine Masters of the Khanate stage and above, and no one had only one. This kind of signal flare could only be used when one's life was in danger. Although this elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was not in danger at the moment, seeing that the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had died, he could only use this method to inform the other Khanate stage adepts of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Elderly has released the signal flare. Today, this youth will not be able to escape even if he has wings. Once the signal flare is released, even if the Valley head hears or sees it, he will still rush over. At the same time that the group of disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters were alarmed by the signal flare, all over the Valley of the Medicine Masters, whether they had heard the sound of the signal flare or seen the fireworks, were alarmed. Especially the upper echelons of the Valley of the Medicine Masters of the Khanate stage and above. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. From the 4 observation towers around the valley, where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located, 4 huge figures whizzed out, heading straight for the place where the signal flare had exploded. It's the training grounds. The 4 huge figures were 4 flying demons, and judging from their huge size and speed, they were all great consummation flying demons of the Qi gathering. On the backs of these 4 flying demons stood either a middle-aged man or an old man. Now all 4 of them had exceptionally sharp eyes, staring fixedly at the training grounds in the middle of the valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located. At the same time, in various parts of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, figures were rushing out, some riding demons, some walking quickly. These people, without exception, were all Khanate stage adepts of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The signal flare just now had been released by the upper echelons of the Valley of the Medicine Masters of the Khanate stage and above, and it would be useless for anyone below the Khanate stage to go. Therefore, now, the people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who were rushing to the training grounds were all Khanate stage adepts of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. In the training grounds, Chun Dandan stared hatefully at the youth, her cold gaze as sharp as a sword, as if she could not wait to cut the youth into 1,000 pieces. "Zhou Donghuang, if you destroy me today, don't even think of living," Chun Dandan said coldly. "Is that so?" Hearing Chun Dandan's words, Zhou Donghuang smiled faintly, his expression noncommittal. And when the crowd of disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters saw this, they were puzzled. This youth, not only is he not running now, but he also looks so confident. Could it be that he has something up his sleeves, that he is not afraid of the Khanate stage adepts of the Valley of the Medicine Masters? In my opinion, he doesn't know the strength of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Does he really think that just because he used that hidden weapon to kill Second Elder, he is invincible in the Valley of the Medicine Masters? Naive. Just now, if not for his sneak attack and Second Elder's carelessness and lack of defense, he might not have succeeded. Naturally, he is only an early Khanate stage adept, and Second Elder is a late Khanate stage adept. Although many of the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters were puzzled by the youth's apparent confidence, most of them felt that the youth did not know his own limits. Who released the signal flare? Accompanied by a swift sound that pierced through the air, an old but resonant voice came from behind a huge gray eagle. It was an old man dressed in gray. It's the thunder-feathered eagle. Elder Mo is here. Although Elder Mo is also an early Khanate stage adept, he is close to the middle Khanate stage, and his power is much stronger than Elder Li's. Many of the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters immediately recognized the gray eagle and the old man on its back who had arrived at the arena first. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the thunder-feathered eagle, another 3 huge flying beasts arrived, and on each of their backs stood a person. The elders on duty at the observation tower are all here. Now, the 4 elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who had arrived first were the ones on duty at the 4 observation posts in the valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located. They were the first to discover the signal flare and had rushed over immediately. All 4 of them were early Khanate stage adepts, and none of them were weaker than Elder Li, whose arm had been crippled by the youth. Second Elder. However, before Elder Li had time to speak, the 4 elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters discovered Chun Tianhe's body at the same time, and their expressions changed instantly. Chun Tianhe was the 2nd elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, a middle Khanate stage adept. In terms of power, even if the 4 of them attacked together, they would still be no match for Chun Tianhe. Bang, 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 bang. After the 4 elders on duty at the observation post discovered Chun Tianhe's death, they did not hesitate and each released the only signal flare they had on them. Instantly, the entire Valley of the Medicine Masters was alarmed. The signal flare of the 5 Khanate stage adepts and above in the Valley of the Medicine Masters sounded one after another, exploding in the air above the valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located. Furthermore, they all sounded in the air above the arena. My goodness, what's going on? 5 Khanate stage adepts of the Valley of the Medicine Masters are in danger at the arena? This signal flare seems to only be released when their lives are in danger, right? Let's go. Let's go take a look. Such a big commotion. Even the head elder, the 2 guardians, and the valley chief must have been alarmed. 5 signal flare exploded in the air one after another. And at the same time, as the brilliant fireworks blossomed, the entire Valley of the Medicine Masters became lively. At this moment, even the adepts below the Khanate stage in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, driven by their curiosity, all headed in the direction of the arena. Of course, they were just there to join in the fun. What a joke. If even 5 Khanate stage adepts of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had to send out a signal flare for help, how could they help solve such a problem? End of this chapter. Chapter 150. The Valley of the Medicine Masters. The Training Grounds. Since the establishment of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the training grounds had never been as crowded as it was today. All the people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, whether they were elders or disciples, were all gathered there. There were even a few elders and disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters riding on flying beasts that came from all directions, circling around the outer perimeter of the arena. It was not that they did not want to go in. It was because there were a few great consummation flying demons on the training grounds, and their flying demons were of a lower level of practice and did not dare to approach due to the power of those flying demons. Why don't we go down and go up to the training grounds ourselves? A disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters suggested on one of the flying demons. I'm not going. If you want to go, you go. Can't you see there's so many people on the training grounds? If you go up, I'm afraid you won't even be able to squeeze in. The Medicine King Valley disciple on the other flying beast shook his head. I think so too. Let's just watch from afar. From here, at least we can see what's going on inside. If we go down to the training grounds, I'm afraid we'll only be able to see heads. That person in white, I heard he's a 19-year-old young man. That one? I can't see his face clearly, but since they say he's 19, he must really be 19. I heard he was originally from a small place in the country of Yanyang, but because he obtained a treasure left behind by a primal core adept, he entered the early Khanate stage at this age, and he even used a very strange hidden weapon to kill the second elder of the middle Khanate stage. A 19-year-old Khanate stage adept, what a pity. Today, he will definitely die. The gathered people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters all felt that the young man in white who had killed their second elder, Chun Tianhe, on the training grounds would definitely die today. On the training grounds, the young man in white stood there, his left hand behind his back and his right hand playing with a small metal ball. Around him, there was already a group of old and middle-aged men, all of whom were elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who had entered the Khanate stage, staring at him fiercely. However, although the group surrounded the young man, no one made a move, quietly waiting for something. In the circle formed by the elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, besides the young man, there was also a young girl. The young girl was lying beside a corpse, glaring at the young man with bloodthirsty hatred. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air came from high up in the sky, attracting the attention of many people. It's the Great Elder. The Great Elder is here. Accompanied by a burst of exclamations, a huge blue-feathered eagle glided over the martial arts field at a low altitude, and then a light figure jumped down from the eagle's back. The 3 feet of green light wreaked havoc as the newcomer landed steadily on the ground, right in the middle of the circle of elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. He then revealed himself in full view of the crowd. It was a middle-aged woman dressed in a light gray robe. Although she had a head full of white hair, she looked like a middle-aged woman. With white hair and a youthful face, nothing could surpass this. Great Elder, Great Elder. As soon as the white-haired woman appeared, the elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, who had formed a circle around her, bowed to her respectfully. This woman was the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Yume Qin. Yume Qin was now nearly 90 years old. In terms of seniority, even the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Mo, had to address her as uncle. Great Elder. Seeing Yume Qin appear, Chun Dandan immediately rushed forward and knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. My father has made countless contributions to the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and now he has been killed by someone who trespassed into the Valley of the Medicine Masters. You and the Valley of the Medicine Masters must avenge my father. Rise. Yume Qin stepped forward and bowed to Chin Dandan, her old voice full of energy. No matter who it is, the Valley of the Medicine Masters will not let him off for killing the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. As soon as she finished speaking, Yume Qin's gaze fell on the youth not far away, and her originally cloudy eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. Of course, there was also a hint of fear in the depths of her eyes. After all, the person who had been killed, Chun Tianhe, was the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and a mid-Khanate stage adept like her. Although he was not as strong as she was, he was not far off. On the way here, she had met the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who had come to look for her, and she had already completely understood the ins and outs of the matter. The youth before her was only 16 years old, and he had come from a small place in the country of Yanyang. It was suspected that he had obtained an opportunity left behind by a primal core adept, and that was how he had reached the early Khanate stage. That small metal ball can transform into a sword? After a moment, Yume Qin's gaze fell on the small metal ball that the youth was playing with in his right hand. Could it be a sword sphere? As someone who was even more senior than Valley Lord Su Mo in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Yume Qin, as the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, was no less knowledgeable than even Valley Lord Su Mo. If it really is a sword sphere in the entire Valley of the Medicine Masters, I'm afraid only the Valley Lord alone can defeat him. Thinking back to the records of a sword sphere that she had read in an ancient book, Yu Meiqin's eyes revealed a strong sense of fear. This was not the hidden weapon that the Elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had mentioned at all, but a sword sphere that only adepts of the Primal Core stage and above could produce. In the hands of an early Khanate stage adept, a sword sphere could easily kill a middle Khanate stage adept, and even a late Khanate stage adept would be hard-pressed to survive if he was not prepared. Little fellow, Yu Meiqin looked at Zhou Donghuang and said in a low voice, "To be able to obtain an opportunity left behind by a Primal Core adept is your good fortune. However, you have trespassed into the Valley of the Medicine Masters and killed our second elder, Chen Tianhe. Isn't that a little too much?" "Too much?" Zhou Donghuang smiled indifferently, and then his gaze fell on the young girl beside Yu Meiqin. "I have come here today only for Chen Dandan. Some people want to stand up for her and attack me. Do you think I should just let myself be slaughtered? What a joke." At this point, the corner of Zhou Donghuang's mouth turned up in a mocking smile. She has already successfully sent her father on his way. I advise you, at your age, it's best not to meddle in other people's business, lest you follow in her father's footsteps. As he said this, Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Faced with Zhou Donghuang's threat, Yu Meiqin's expression immediately darkened. Being threatened by a youth who was younger than her great-grandson made her extremely embarrassed and angry. If not for her fear of the sword sphere in the youth's hand, she would have attacked long ago. "Zhou Donghuang, you, how dare you threaten the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters? Are you tired of living?" Just now, before Yu Meiqin had appeared, Chen Dandan had not dared to provoke the youth too much, deeply afraid that he would kill her. Now that Yu Meiqin was here, Chen Dandan seemed to have more confidence. The head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters? Zhou Donghuang shook his head and smiled indifferently. Not just the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters today. Even if the Valley Lord of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was here, he would have to kneel before me. How dare you? How dare you? Almost as soon as Zhou Donghuang's words fell, not only Yu Meiqin, the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, was aghast, but even the group of elders surrounding Zhou Donghuang were aghast and began to shout angrily. The Valley Lord of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was the most respected person in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. In the Valley of the Medicine Masters, his position was no different from that of an emperor, high above and inviolable. And now, the youth before them had actually dared to insult the Valley Lord of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. How could they tolerate this? Such arrogance. What an insolent youth. Just as Yu Meiqin and the other elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters were enraged, two elderly voices sounded from the sky, and then a huge flying beast flew past at a low altitude, stirring up gusts of wind. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, two figures jumped down from the back of the flying demonic beasts. Two dazzling 3-feet-long streaks of azure light whistled out from under their feet in a timely manner, supporting the two of them to land steadily on the ground. The two of them landed not far from Yu Meiqin. "Greetings, left guardian, right guardian. Greetings, left guardian." As the two of them appeared, the group of elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters withdrew their angry gazes from the youth and bowed respectfully to the newcomers. "Meiqin, greetings, senior brothers." At this moment, even Yu Meiqin, the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, bowed to the two of them. The two people who had just arrived were two silver-haired old men, one fat and one skinny. The fat man was the same as Yu Meiqin. He also had white hair and a youthful complexion. His chubby face was rosy and glowing. As for the thin one, his face was old, and one could tell at a glance that he was close to 100 years old. In fact, the two of them were only a few years apart in age, both in their 90s, and were the two oldest people in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. In terms of seniority, they were both uncles to the Valley Lord, Su and Mo. The fat old man was the left guardian, Wang Tao. The thin old man was the right guardian, Yu Wei. Both of them were mid-Khanate stage adepts, infinitely close to the late Khanate stage, and could enter the late Khanate stage at any time or never in their lives. In the Valley of the Medicine Masters, their strength was second only to the Valley Lord, Su Mo, and they were even stronger than Head Elder Yu Mei-chin. Even the left and right guardians are here. Head Elder, left and right guardians are here. Now, of all the mid-Khanate stage adepts in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, only the Valley Lord and Third Elder are not here, right? Third Elder has been away recently and will definitely not be able to make it. Only the Valley Lord is left. Head Elder and the two guardians are here. Even if the Valley Lord is not here, that youth is destined to be captured. Outside, the crowd of disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, without exception, all felt that the youth was finished. Zhou Donghuang. These two are the guardians of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. You, how dare you humiliate the Valley Lord in front of Head Elder and the two guardians? I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy. Seeing that the two guardians of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had arrived, Chen Danden's confidence seemed to increase, and she looked coldly at Zhou Donghuang, laughing coldly. The skinny old man, right guardian Yue of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, had an ugly expression on his face. At this moment, both of them had completely given up on the idea of fighting the young man. What a joke! Not only did this youth possess a sword pellet, but he also knew how to use it. Even if they went up against him, they were destined to die. Unless their cultivation had stepped into the late stage of the Xiantian realm, they might be able to defeat or even kill their opponents if they were careful and knew how to use the sword orb. What? You recognize this sword sphere? Seeing the two old men's gazes land on the sword sphere with fear, Zhou Donghuang took a deep look at them and pretended to be surprised as he asked, "Looks like you have indeed obtained a treasure left behind by a primal core adept. Otherwise, you would not be able to possess a sword sphere that only adepts of the primal core stage and above can produce." Yu Mei-chin said in a low voice. Zhou Donghuang had been misunderstood as having obtained a treasure left behind by a primal core adept, and this was not the first time he had heard Yu Mei-chin's words. He did not even think of explaining. Of course, the person in front of him was not worthy of Zhou Donghuang's explanation. "Sister Yu, why is the Valley Head not here yet?" Left Protector Wang, Tao, asked Yu Mei-chin. "I'm not sure. Normally, the Valley Head should be here by now." Yu Mei-chin shook her head, and then her eyes flashed as she said softly, "I'll leave for a while to find the Valley Head. Brothers, please keep an eye on this Zhou Donghuang. If you don't have to, try not to fight with him. The sword sphere in his hand is too strange." As Yu Mei-chin finished speaking, she saw Wang Tao and Yu Wei nod their heads, and then she took out a leaf from her pocket and blew on it. As the sound rang out, Yu Mei-chin's flying beast mount once again flew through the air and brought Yu Mei-chin away from the arena, heading straight for the residence of Su Mo, the Valley Head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. On the way, Yu Mei-chin met an elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, riding a flying beast from the direction of Su Mo's residence. "Elder Yuan, you want to find the Valley Head?" "Head Elder." When Elder Yuan saw Yu Mei-chin, he respectfully greeted her and bitterly smiled. "I want to find the Valley Master," but he didn't respond. "He should be fully immersed in cultivation. I thought that you and the two guardians should be able to solve the problem that the Valley of the Medicine Masters is currently facing, so I did not disturb the Valley Head." Hearing Elder Yuan's words, Yu Mei-chin smiled bitterly. "That person, the two guardians, and I are unable to deal with." As soon as she finished speaking, under the shocked gaze of Elder Yuan, Yu Mei-chin rode on her flying beast and flew off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she landed at the residence of Su Mo, the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters. "That youth, who is he?" After Yu Mei-chin left, Elder Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even Head Elder and the two guardians are unable to deal with him? The arena. As Yu Mei-chin left, there were initially only a few voices discussing the sword sphere that the youth had mentioned. This was because only a few elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had heard of the sword sphere. However, after a while, the meaning of the sword sphere spread throughout the entire arena, so that everyone in the Valley of the Medicine Masters knew what the sword sphere was. The sword sphere, a weapon refined by adepts of the primal core stage and above. If a Khanate stage adept knows how to use the sword sphere, he can use it to easily kill an opponent of a higher level. That is to say, this Zhou Donghuang with the sword sphere could easily kill Head Elder and the two Guardians. No wonder the second Elder of the middle Khanate stage was killed by him with one strike. It turns out that the sword sphere in his hand is a treasure left behind by a primal core adept. Its power is amazing. There was an uproar in the arena. At the same time, the group of elders and disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters present also realized that the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had most likely left to look for the Valley Lord. Based on the current situation, if the Valley head did not appear, no one in the Valley of the Medicine Masters would be a match for this youth. Furthermore, if the Valley head was careless, and the youth used the sword sphere to launch a sneak attack, there was a high chance that the Valley head would be killed. However, now that they all knew that the youth had the sword sphere, their Valley head would definitely not be careless. At this thought, they all felt reassured. Sword sphere? At the same time, Chun Dandan also found out how her father, Chun Tianhe, had died, and, at the same time, understood why Head Elder and the two Guardians had not acted against Zhou Donghuang. It turned out that everything was because of this sword sphere in Zhou Donghuang's hand. Damn it! What did he do to obtain the opportunity left behind by a primal core adept and enter the Khanate stage in just 2 short years? And he even obtained a treasure like the sword sphere. At this moment, Chun Dandan's heart was filled with regret. Of course, it was not because she had betrayed her adoptive mother, Lin Lan, but because she had not stayed at the Magnolia Guild for a while longer and taken away the opportunity and sword sphere that Zhou Donghuang had obtained from the primal core adept before leaving. If I had obtained everything left behind by the primal core adept, Zhou Donghuang's current achievements would be my achievements. And I might even be able to go even higher and further than this good-for-nothing. Chun Dandan was filled with regret. However, this Zhou Donghuang is also an idiot. Now, he knows that Head Elder has gone to find the Valley Head, but he still hasn't left. When the Valley Head arrives, I'll see how he leaves. Now, on one hand, Chun Dandan felt that the youth was stupid and did not know how to leave the valley before the Valley Head arrived. But on the other hand, she hoped that the youth would not leave and wait for the Valley Head to deal with him. The Valley Head is a late Khanate stage adept. Even if this Zhou Donghuang has a sword sphere and the Valley Head is prepared, he is still no match for the Valley Head. Even though Chun Dandan had yet to meet the Valley Head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, it did not affect her confidence in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, who had a high and lofty status. Zhou Donghuang, the Valley Head can still deal with you. You do not have the ability to make me. Chun Dandan, regret betraying the *TCH Lin Lan. Chun Dandan stared coldly at Zhou Donghuang. You ruined my life, killed my father. Today, you have fallen at the hands of the Valley Head. In the future, I will definitely get my father's senior brothers to kill that *TCH Lin Lan and kill everyone related to her. Only then can the hatred in my heart be appeased. Of course, Chun Dandan did not dare to say these words aloud. She only dared to swear in her heart, because she was also worried that Zhou Donghuang would kill her in a fit of rage. After all, no one present could deal with Zhou Donghuang. This Zhou Donghuang, he still hasn't left. Is he crazy? If I were him, knowing that the Valley Head is coming, I would have run as far as I could. He probably knows that he can't run, so he wants to stay and negotiate with the Valley Head. I also think that he should be waiting for the Valley Head to come and negotiate. Otherwise, even if he doesn't leave, there is no need for him to just stand there like a fool. He could totally use the sword sphere in his hand to kill as many people as he can before the Valley Head arrives. Shall lower your voice. If he hears your warning and attacks us, you will regret it. Just as many of the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters were whispering. The Valley Head is here. In the air outside the training grounds, an elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, who is standing on the back of a flying beast, looked at the middle-aged man on the back of a huge flying beast flying towards them from afar. His eyes lit up as he shouted with all his might. His voice was so loud that it even drowned out the whispers in the training grounds. Chapter 152. Whoosh! The huge flying demonic beast was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it flew from the outside of the training field to the sky above the training field. At the same time, it slowed down its speed and swooped down. This flying beast was no stranger to the people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. It was the mount of the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Now, on the back of this flying beast, besides the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, there was another person standing in front of the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The white-haired, ruddy woman, who was the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Yu Mei-chin, was currently clustered around a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed in a scholarly gray robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His complexion was like jade, and he exuded the unique charm of a mature man. Seeing him, many of the female elders and disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters' eyes lit up. "Greetings, Valley Master!" No one knew who was the first to call out loudly. Following this announcement, the entire training grounds erupted into an uproar. All the elders and disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters bowed to the middle-aged man on the back of the flying beast. "Greetings, Valley Master! Greetings, Valley Master!" A series of respectful voices rang out in the martial arts arena, and as they spread out, they reverberated throughout the entire valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located, rising and falling with great momentum. Donghuang, the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, is here. Today, even if you have the sword sphere left behind by that primal core adept, if you dare to resist, you will definitely die. Chun Danden's eyes lit up when she saw the huge flying demonic beast and the elegant middle-aged man on top of it. She glanced coldly at the young man and said in a cold voice, "However, you don't have to worry. Today, after you die in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I will send my senior brothers to the country of Yunyang to send that slut Lin Lan to the afterlife to reunite with you." Seeing that the valley head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had arrived, Chun Danden finally dared to say what she had not dared to say before. As she spoke, the corners of Chun Danden's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. The killing intent in her eyes had reached its peak. From Chun Danden's perspective, the outcome of the young man before him today was either to die on the spot or be captured by the Valley of the Medicine Masters and killed after the Primal Core Adept's treasure was taken from him. The Valley of the Medicine Masters could not allow such a huge threat to continue to exist. However, out of Chun Danden's expectations, originally, Chun Danden had thought that Donghuang would fly into a rage out of humiliation upon hearing her words. Unexpectedly, not only did Donghuang not fly into a rage out of humiliation, he even laughed. "Chun Danden, do you know why I haven't attacked you yet?" Donghuang smiled and asked. Chun Danden frowned. It would have been better if the young man hadn't mentioned this. Now that he mentioned it, she was a little puzzled. Ever since the youth had killed her father, the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Chun Tianhe, even though more and more people had arrived, and almost everyone in the Valley of the Medicine Masters had gathered, the youth had not made a move. Not only did he not attack the others, but he also did not attack her. It would have been better if he hadn't thought about this, but now that he thought about it, it didn't make sense. She asked herself if she was a young man and wanted to leave, she would have already started a massacre and escaped instead of staying where she was doing nothing and waiting for death. Because, as Chun Danden frowned, the corner of Donghuang's mouth turned up in a mocking smile. "I am prepared to wait until you are at your most desperate, when you're regretting all that you have done in the past, to strike and kill you." Just as Chun Danden's face darkened at his words, Donghuang looked at the approaching flying beast. "Now, you should see the valley head, Su Mo, as your last hope." As he said this, the smile on Donghuang's face became even more radiant. Hearing Donghuang's words and seeing the radiant smile on his face, Chun Danden's face turned pale, and an ominous feeling rose in her heart. This Zhou Donghuang. Could it be that he has some sort of relationship with the Valley Head? Could it be that the Valley Head brought him into the Valley of the Medicine Masters? It was no wonder that Chun Danden thought so. After all, up until now, the martial arts talent that Zhou Donghuang had displayed was too out of this world. A 19-year-old Khanate sage was already worthy of the Valley Head personally welcoming him into the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Not far from Chun Danden, the two guardians of the Valley of the Medicine Masters heard the conversation between Zhou Donghuang and Chun Danden, and they could not help but frown slightly. Their current thoughts were similar to Chun Danden's. However, they were still dissatisfied with the fact that Zhou Donghuang had killed the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Chun Tianhe. After all, he was a mid-Khanate stage adept of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Including Chun Tianhe, there were only 5 mid-Khanate stage adepts in the entire Valley of the Medicine Masters. And now, with Chun Tianhe dead, there were only 4 left. If he really was specially invited into the Valley by the Valley Head, we must punish him severely according to the rules of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The fat old man, the left guardian, Wang Tao, said in a low voice. Of course. The skinny old man, the right guardian, Yu Wei, nodded in agreement. Whoosh, whoosh. As the huge flying beast flew across the sky, 2 figures leapt down, one in front and one behind, and landed in the encirclement of the elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. It was the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Yu Meiqin, and the Valley Head, Su Mo Valley Head. Valley Head. The elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, who had formed a circle, all bowed respectfully to Su Mo Valley Head. Even the 2 guardians of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Wang Tao and Yu Wei, although they were Sumo's elders in public, their seniority was not higher than their status, and at this moment, they also bowed respectfully to Su Mo. Under normal circumstances, at this moment, Su Mo would definitely return the greeting to Wang Tao and Yu Wei. But now, Su Mo stood there, not looking at Wang Tao or Yu Wei. His gaze seemed to be completely attracted by the youth in white standing not far away. In this period of time, because of the amazing Khanate elixir, Su Mo's level of practice had advanced rapidly, and he was getting closer and closer to the ultimate Khanate stage. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he had no intention of stopping his practice. Because of this, even when the elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters came looking for him, he did not stop his practice when he saw that they were not in a hurry to break in. Only when his uncle, the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Yu Meiqin, came and broke and did he stop his practice. After learning of what had happened in the training grounds, he immediately guessed that the person who had done it must have been his master. The youth in white, the sword sphere, both were the hallmarks of his master. He did not even have time to explain to Yu Meiqin before he flew onto the back of Yu Meiqin's flying beast mount and came to the training grounds. Valley Head. Chun Danden took 2 or 3 steps forward and knelt in front of Su Mo, weeping bitterly. My father, Chun Tianhe, was the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and had made countless contributions to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. But today he was killed by someone who trespassed into the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Please, Valley Head, give justice to my father. Although Chun Danden was not confident, she had no other choice. Just as the youth had said, the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters before her was the last straw that she could clutch at. However, Su Mo completely ignored Chun Danden. He took 2 steps forward, past Chun Danden, and under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the crowd from the Valley of the Medicine Masters, he knelt before the youth. Su Mo pays his respects to Master. In the blink of an eye, the loud, respectful voice once again spread throughout the entire training grounds, and even throughout the vast valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located. The echoes caused everyone in the martial arts practice field to be stunned. The entire martial arts practice field immediately fell into a deathly silence. This was especially so for the elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, as well as the head elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Yu Mei-chin, and even the Valley of the Medicine Masters left Sentinel Wang Tao and right Sentinel Yu Wei. They all stared in disbelief at the figure kneeling on the ground with his back to them. If not for the fact that they were very familiar with the Valley head, they might even have suspected that this was a fake Valley head. Is that really the Valley head? Valley head, calling that youth master? Are you sure you're not joking? He's really the Valley head? The high and mighty Valley head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters is calling a youth master? I'm not dreaming, am I? Now, the rest of the people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and the training grounds were also completely dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing and hearing was real. What a joke. The Valley head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Imo, was the most powerful person in the surrounding regions of the 16 countries of the East Valley. And that youth was only from a small place in the country of Yinyang. How could he be the master of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Imo? No, impossible. Chun Dandan had just been scared silly by Su Mo's words, and now that she had recovered, her face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chun Dandan stood up, her body shaking violently as she pointed a finger at Su Mo's back. You're not the Valley head. You're definitely not the Valley head. Chun Dandan, how dare you? Seeing Chun Dandan like this, Yu Mei-chin's expression changed, and she scolded her coldly. Although she also could not understand why the Valley head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters would call that youth master, the Valley head of the Medicine Masters was not someone Chun Dandan, a disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, could disrespect. Yu Mei-chin's scolding caused the last shred of hope in Chun Dandan's heart to completely collapse. Her whole body slumped to the ground, as if she had lost all her strength, and her face was as white as a sheet. Chun Dandan, everyone has to make complicated choices for themselves. I only hope that you will not regret it in the future. That day when she had left the Magnolia Guild, the youth's words still rang in her ears. At that time, she had been dismissive of the youth's words. Especially after she had entered the Valley of the Medicine Masters and recognized the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Chun Tianhe, as her father, she had felt that she and that youth were no longer of the same world. That youth was destined to be trampled underfoot by her. And now, the youth that she had always looked down on was standing there, as proud as a mountain. And the Valley head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Imo, who she had always thought was superior to, was kneeling in front of the youth, respectfully calling him master. Chapter 153. Although Su Imo knew in his heart that kneeling in front of the young man in front of the entire Valley of the Medicine Masters would undermine his authority as Valley head. But so what? Now, after tasting the sweetness of the Khanate elixir that the young man before him had formulated, he no longer wanted to take it, because by taking the Khanate elixir that the young man had formulated, he had a high chance of attaining the Primal Core stage and becoming a Primal Core adept before he died of old age. Once he became a Primal Core adept, his life would be extended by nearly 200 years. In the face of that nearly 200 years of life, whatever authority, whatever face, was completely thrown to the back of Su Mo's mind. Furthermore, so what if his authority had been damaged today? As long as he still had his strength, as long as he was the strongest in the valley, who in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, including his elders, would dare to disrespect him as Valley head? To Su Imo, pleasing the young man before him was the most important thing. Everything else was not important. Get up, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zhou Donghuang glanced at Su Imo, and at the same time that Su Imo stood up, Zhou Donghuang walked out unhurriedly, arriving in front of Chun Dandan in the blink of an eye. Chun Dandan. Zhou Donghuang looked down at the young girl, sitting paralyzed on the ground, her face as white as a sheet, and the smile on his face deepened. Now, how do you feel? But now, Chun Dandan did not seem to hear Zhou Donghuang's words, sitting there paralyzed, her face dejected. Do you regret it? Zhou Donghuang asked again. At this time, Chun Dandan's originally dull eyes finally had a glimmer of life, and she looked at Zhou Donghuang and laughed coldly. Zhou Donghuang, It was only because you were lucky enough to obtain the opportunity left behind by a primal core adept that you are where you are today. If not for that, you would have been destined to be stepped on by me, Chun Dandan, for the rest of your life." As she said this, Chun Dandan's eyes shone with a look of defiance and stubbornness. "How dare you?" Su Mo, who had just stood up, heard Chun Dandan speak so shamelessly in front of his master, and he immediately flew into a rage. "Chun Dandan, if you dare to be rude to my master again, I will have your life." "Ha!" Chun Dandan laughed, her face full of sarcasm. The head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, acknowledging a kid who is still wet behind the ears as his master. What a joke. Just as Suemo could no longer suppress his anger and was about to attack Chun Dandan, Zhou Donghuang stopped him with a look. Following that, Zhou Donghuang looked at Chun Dandan with a mocking smile. "Chun Dandan, as long as you kneel down and kowtow, beg for mercy, and say that you were wrong and regret it, I won't kill you. How about that?" Chun Dandan couldn't help but be taken aback by the young man's words. She looked at the young man suspiciously and asked, "Are you serious? You only have 3 breaths of time to consider," Zhou Donghuang said lightly. Almost as soon as the youth finished speaking, Chun Dandan lifted her limp body and knelt before the youth. She lowered her head and said hoarsely, "Big brother Donghuang, I was wrong. I regret it. I should not have betrayed Mother, should not have betrayed you, should not have betrayed the Magnolia Guild." At this moment, Chun Dandan was regretting her decision. If she had not betrayed Lin Lan, Zhou Donghuang, and the Magnolia Guild, even if she could not take the opportunity left behind by the Primal Core Adept, Zhou Donghuang would not have been stingy given his character. If she had stayed by Zhou Donghuang's side, her achievements would not have been less than if she had acknowledged the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Chun Tianhe, as her father and entered the valley. However, now that she had been crippled by Zhou Donghuang, although she said that she regretted it, deep in her eyes there was a deep hatred. After all, now, even if she begged for mercy and said she regretted it, the most she could do was keep her life. With her meridians crippled, she was destined to be an ordinary person for the rest of her life. Moreover, she knew the character of the youth before her. Even if he did not kill her, he would definitely not keep her by his side. You know when to yield and when to stand tall. Seeing Chun Dandan so spineless, Zhou Donghuang laughed coldly, his eyes full of disdain. "Killing you with my own hands would really dirty my hands." As he said this, Zhou Donghuang looked at Suemo and said calmly, "I only told her that I would not kill her, but I did not say that others would not kill her. You understand what I mean?" As he said this, Zhou Donghuang looked deeply at Suemo and asked, "Master, Suemo understands." As Suemo responded, he looked at Chun Dandan with a cold, murderous look. "Zhou Donghuang, you are shameless." When Chun Dandan heard the youth's words, her expression changed completely. She raised her head and glared at the youth with red eyes. "You go back on your word. You go back on your word. You could so cruelly betray a woman who has treated you like her own daughter for almost 10 years. What difference is there between such behavior and that of a beast?" Zhou Donghuang glanced at Chun Dandan, his eyes flashing coldly. "Towards people, of course I will not go back on my word. But towards beasts, especially ungrateful beasts like you, why should I keep my word?" Killing Chun Dandan to vent the hatred in his heart was only a small part of the reason. The bigger reason was that Zhou Donghuang wanted to stand up for his mother, Lin Lan. Chun Dandan's blood rushed to her head, and as she opened her mouth, before she could finish her sentence, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Oof. At the same time, Suemo snorted coldly and stepped forward like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he was 2 meters away from Chun Dandan, and with the point of his finger, a condensed green light shot out from his fingertip. 1 foot, 2 feet, just as Sumo's light was about to extend to 7 feet, pierce through Chun Dandan's chest and kill her bang. In that moment of imminent peril, accompanied by a loud explosion, Sumo's body shook violently. Not only did the green light that had extended to 7 feet from his fingertip dissipate, but he also retreated several steps in a timely manner. Uft! As he retreated a few steps, Su-mo opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as a sheet, and it was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. "Who is it?" Donghuang's expression also changed in that instant, and he raised his head and looked sharply into the sky. The sword sphere in his right hand had transformed into a sword, and it shone with a cold light that was visible to the naked eye. Seeing that Su-mo had attacked her, Chun Dandan, who had thought that she was definitely going to die, was stunned when she realized that she was not dead. She then followed Donghuang's gaze and looked into the sky above her. There was an old man in a black robe standing there. He had a thin figure and an aged face. The old man's face was covered in wrinkles, and he looked even older than the Valley of the Medicine Master's right guardian, Yue. But he stood in the air, his black robe fluttering in the wind. This move shocked everyone present. Primal core adept. Many disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters cried out involuntarily. Everyone knew that only when a martial adept entered the primal core stage could he rely on his inner yuan to ignore gravity and fly in the air. Furthermore, if one looked closely, one could see that there was a faint golden light surrounding the old man's body, supporting him as he floated in the air. Golden Essence Adept. Seeing the faint golden light surrounding the old man, Donghuang's eyes narrowed. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell at a glance that the old man in the black robe before him was a Golden Essence Adept. Golden Essence Adept was another name for adepts who had entered the ultimate Primal Core stage. The Primal Core stage, like the Khanate stage, was divided into 4 levels. There were the early Primal Core stage, the middle Primal Core stage, the late Primal Core stage, and the ultimate Primal Core stage. When a Khanate adept entered the Primal Core stage, the first step was to condense the false core. After successfully condensing the false core, one would be considered to have entered the early Primal Core stage. After the false core, the next step was to condense the true core, and once successfully condensed the true core stage, one would be considered to have entered the middle Primal Core stage. After the true core was the silver core, corresponding to the late Primal Core stage. Adepts who had entered this stage of practice were also called Silver Essence Adepts. After the Silver Essence was the Golden Essence. For a Primal Core Adept to fly in the air, he needed to rely on his inner yuan. The inner yuan of an early Primal Core Adept came from the false core and was pale white. The inner yuan of a mid-Primal Core Adept came from the true core and was milky white. The inner yuan of a late Primal Core Adept came from the Silver Essence and was silver. The inner yuan of an ultimate Primal Core Adept came from the Golden Essence and was gold. Because of this, Donghuang could tell that the old man in the black robe before him was a Golden Essence Adept. Of course, when Buddhist adepts cultivated Buddhist essences, even if they had just entered the early Primal Core stage, their inner yuan would still be gold. However, within that gold inner yuan, there was a Buddhist Sanskrit imprint, and it was completely different from the gold inner yuan surrounding the old man in the black robe before him. The gold inner yuan surrounding the old man in the black robe before him was the inner yuan of a true Golden Essence Adept. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." After a moment of shock, Chun Dandan realized that it was the old man in the black robe who had saved her. She hurriedly turned to the old man and knelt down to thank him, her eyes filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Of course, on her face, there was still some apprehension. This was because she did not recognize the old man in the black robe before her, and she was not sure if he would still save her after saving her just now. "Sir." After Su-mo had caught his breath, he gave a 90-degree bow to the old man in the black robe. His voice was almost trembling as he asked respectfully, "May I know why you have come to the Valley of the Medicine Masters?" Primal Core Adepts were above Khanate Adepts. Even if it was just an early Primal Core Adept, if he attacked with all his might, his inner yuan would be able to envelop an area of 100 meters around him, leaving nothing behind. When a mid-Primal Core Adept used his full strength, his inner yuan could cover an area of 300 meters in radius, and one blow could destroy a small village. When a late primal core adept used his full strength, his inner yuan could cover an area of 1,000 meters in radius, and one blow could destroy a large village. When an ultimate primal core adept used his full strength, his inner yuan could cover an area of 3,000 meters in radius, and one blow could destroy a small village. And the old man in the gray robe before him was surrounded by the golden inner yuan, unique to ultimate primal core adepts. He was obviously an ultimate primal core adept, and if he used his full strength, he could easily destroy everything in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Chapter 154. The black-robed old man stood in the air like a god, looking down on the heavens and the earth, looking down on all life. Faced with the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Sumo's eyes, which had been cloudy, suddenly shone brightly, like two bright stars, lighting up the entire night sky. His eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the youth standing not far from Sumo. The youth was dressed in robes whiter than snow, and now he was looking at him with a slight frown. A few days ago, when I was traveling here, I saw this young man riding a great consummation demon, the golden-crowned eagle, across the sky. At that time, I was very curious. In this tiny place where there was not even a single primal core adept, how could there be someone at such a young age who could subdue a great consummation demon, and a flying demon at that? That was my first encounter with him, the old man said lightly. Donghuang had originally thought that the old man had come for Chun Dandan, but he had not expected that he had come for him, and his frown relaxed slightly. Hearing the old man's words, Chun Dandan's face turned pale. This godlike primal core adept had actually come for Donghuang. Had he taken a fancy to Donghuang's achievements at his age, and wanted to take him as a disciple? Senior. Chun Dandan looked at the old man anxiously. This Donghuang, it is only because he obtained a miraculous encounter left behind by a primal core adept that he could achieve so much at his age. I believe that if I had obtained the miraculous encounter left behind by that primal core adept, my achievements now would definitely be no less than his. He is only a person from a remote village in the kingdom of Yingyang, one of the 16 countries of the East Valley under the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and his bloodline is lowly. As for me, I'm the daughter of the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, a mid-Khanate stage adept. My father, Chun Tianhe, was only 50 years old, but he had already attained the mid-Khanate stage, and is one of the few martial prodigies that the Valley of the Medicine Masters has produced in recent years. I have inherited my father's blood, and my martial talent far exceeds his. At this moment, Chun Dandan spoke hurriedly, trying to belittle the youth's talent as much as possible, deeply afraid that the old man would really take a fancy to the youth's talent and take him as a disciple. At that time, she would definitely die. However, while Chun Dandan was shouting, the black-robed old man, standing in the void, surrounded by faint golden light, did not look at her at all. The old man looked at Donghuang and continued. At that time, although I was surprised that such a young man could appear in such a small place, I did not stay because of him. After all, in our Xianin sect, there are countless disciples of the younger generation whose cultivation is higher than his at his age. As the old man spoke, whether it was the valley head Sumo, the valley head elder Yu Mei-chin, or the valley left sentinel Long Tao and right sentinel Yu Wei, their expressions all changed. Xianin sect. Most people might not know of the existence of the Xianin sect, but as the pillars of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and having lived for a long time, the four of them had heard of the Xianin sect. The Xianin sect was one of the top sects in the Xian planet, and it was also one of the oldest sects in the Xian planet. Senior, are you Senior Qi Ming from the Xianin sect, or Senior Zhonya? Suemo asked as he bowed. As far as he knew, in the Xianin sect, there were two people who had entered the ultimate primal core stage. One of them was called Qi Ming, and he was only a little over 200 years old. The other was called Zhonya, and he was now close to 300 years old. I never thought that in such a small place, there would still be people who know of my name, Zhonya. Ha ha ha! The old man laughed heartily, and his laughter echoed throughout the valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located. Greetings, Senior Zhongya. After the old man said his name, Su Mo, Yu Mei Qin, Wang Tao, and Yue all bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with fear. Zhong, you could be said to be the oldest group of adepts in the Xian planet, because in the past few hundred years, there had not been an adept who had reached the Dharma stage and above in the Xian planet. Xianin sect? Zhongya? Although the group of elders and disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters knew of the background of the primal core adept in front of them, they had no idea where he came from. However, even so, it did not affect their respect for this adept who had entered the primal core stage. In the history of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, there had never been a primal core adept. Of course, Zhou Donghuang had never heard of the Xianin sect. In his previous life, he had stayed on Earth for 100 years, and although he had returned to the Xian planet, he had returned directly to Yunyang country, one of the 16 countries of the East Valley. He only knew that there was a sect in the Xian planet called the Valley of the Medicine Masters that ruled over the 16 countries of the East Valley. He did not know anything about the other sections. Not long after I met him, I accidentally obtained a stalk of returning heaven grass. At this point, Zhongya's gaze once again landed on the young man. After obtaining the returning heaven grass, I was prepared to leave this small and desolate place. But I did not expect to sense his aura again when I was passing by this valley. At that time, I felt that we were fated to meet. Hearing Zhongya's words, Chun Danden's face became even paler, and her delicate body began to tremble, her eyes filled with despair. Suddenly, Zhongya's gaze shifted from Zhou Donghuang to Chun Danden. At that time, he happened to destroy this girl's meridians and fearlessly waited for this girl's father to arrive. The mid-Khanate stage adept was easily killed by him using the sword sphere. After that, he controlled everything in the palm of his hand, until he was about to kill this girl. At this point, Zhongya's eyes narrowed slightly. The returning heaven grass is said to be able to reverse the heavens, and it can be used to refine the reversing heaven elixir. Anyone who consumes it, as long as they are still breathing, can regrow a severed arm or a severed leg. To the reversing heaven elixir, reshaping the meridians is child's play. At this point, Zhongya looked deeply at Chun Danden, and when Chun Danden heard Zhongya's words, the despair in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a passionate look. Senior, Chun Danden knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhongya. Even though her forehead was bleeding profusely, she did not care. As long as Senior is willing to give me the reversing heaven elixir, I, Chun Danden, will be at your service for the rest of my life. Zhongya ignored Chun Danden and continued, I, Zhongya, have entered the ultimate primal core stage and become a golden essence adept more than 80 years ago, but I have not been able to progress further and enter the Dharma stage. In 10 years, if I do not enter the Dharma stage, my lifespan will come to an end. I left the Xianin sect and traveled around the Xian planet in search of a glimmer of hope to enter the Dharma stage. Since ancient times, to enter the Dharma stage, one does not have the talent, so fate is needed. Even if one does not have the talent, it is not impossible to enter the Dharma stage. The Dharma stage was the stage of martial practice above the primal core stage. Once a Khanate stage adept entered the primal core stage, his lifespan would increase to 300 years. And once a primal core adept entered the Dharma stage, his lifespan would increase by another 300 years. Dharma adepts could live up to 600 years, which was double the lifespan of a primal core adept. Zhongya, one of the 2 golden essence adepts of the Xianin sect, was 290 years old this year. If he did not break through in 10 years, he would die of old age. Because of this, he dreamed of entering the Dharma stage and extending his lifespan by 300 years. However, there was no point in being anxious about such matters, so he left the Xianin sect and traveled around the Xian planet. Recently, he had come to the border of the 16 countries of the East Valley and met Zhou Donghuang. Because of this, the scene that had unfolded before his eyes had happened. First, I met this young man, and then I obtained the return heaven herb. Then I met this young man again, and I saw with my own eyes that he destroyed this woman's meridians. At that time, I was still watching coldly from the sidelines, until this young man hinted to you to kill this woman. My thoughts were clear, and a thought flashed through my mind. I felt that this woman and the return heaven herb that I obtained were fated to be together. I stopped you from killing this woman because I wanted to take her away. If she dies, my thoughts will not be clear, and I will never be able to enter the Dharma stage. As Zhongya spoke, his gaze shifted from Su Mo to the young woman, whose face was filled with joy. Are you willing to follow me back to the Xianin sect and become my disciple? Yes, I am willing. The surprise came too quickly, and Chun Danden's face flushed red. She hurriedly bowed to Zhongya 3 times. Chun Danden greets teacher. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the wind, Zhongya's figure flashed, and he disappeared from the sky like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already beside Chun Danden. Of course, Zhongya did not disappear into thin air, but because his speed was too fast, no one present could see him clearly. Even Su Mo, a late Khanate adept, could not see the traces of Zhongya's figure. What a clear mind! Just as Zhongya grabbed one of Chun Danden's hands and brought her up into the sky, preparing to leave with Chun Danden, Donghuang glanced at him. Your path to the Dharma stage was not wrong, but this Chun Danden is someone that I, Donghuang, want to kill. Today, if you take her away, you will have formed a karmic bond with me. You, and the Xianin sect behind you, will have to bear this karmic bond. Have you thought it through? Donghuang looked at Zhongya's back indifferently. His tone was calm, and it was as if there was no emotion in it. Karmic bond? Zhongya turned back to look at Donghuang, and his lips curled into a disdainful smile. Do you think you are worthy of discussing karmic bond with me and the Xianin sect? When you are able to enter the ultimate primal core stage, then you can say these words in front of me. Perhaps then you will have some credibility. Right now, you are not worthy yet. As he spoke, Zhongya brought Chun Danden far away, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the field of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. To Zhongya, Donghuang was just someone who was lucky enough to obtain an opportunity left behind by an ordinary primal core adept. Furthermore, he could tell that the sword sphere in Donghuang's hand was at most the work of a mid-primal core adept. Chapter 155. Donghuang knew. In the eyes of the Xianin sect golden essence adept, he was no different from an ant. In fact, everyone from the Valley of the Medicine Masters, including Su Mo, was no different from an ant in his eyes. Even if Chun Danden begged the old man to help them, the old man would not lower himself to help them, let alone the fact that the old man would not lower himself to help them. Teacher, Chun Danden, who was brought up into the sky by Zhongya, only dared to open her eyes after a while. Her eyes flashed coldly as she said to Zhongya with hatred, I want Donghuang dead. Teacher, please help me kill him. Chun Danden pleaded. A mere early Khanate adept, I would not lower myself to kill him. Zhongya said calmly, furthermore, I am now at the final stage of attaining the Dharma stage, and I need to be clear, if I lower myself to kill an early Khanate adept, it will inevitably hinder my thoughts and affect my attaining the Dharma stage. If you want to kill him, you can do it yourself in a few years. Follow me back to the Xianin sect. I will give the returning heaven grass to the sect's alchemist, and let him make the returning heaven elixir. When the returning heaven elixir is ready, I will give you one to repair your meridians. After your meridians are repaired, follow me to train. As long as you do not slack off, you will definitely attain the Khanate stage in 5 years. If you work hard, you will attain the Khanate stage in 3 years. Zhongya said, 5 years? 3 years? Hearing Zhongya's words, Chun Danden's first reaction was, why was it taking so long? Because Donghuang had only spent 2 years to go from a martial invalid to a Khanate adept. Of course, in front of the old man, Chun Danden did not dare to question his words. Teacher, Chun Danden changed the topic. That Donghuang, even if you do not kill him, you should at least take away his sword sphere. That is a good thing. An early Khanate adept with that sword sphere had intimidated the three mid-Khanate adepts of the Valley of the Medicine Masters into not daring to act rashly. This showed how terrifying that sword sphere was. That sword sphere? Zhongya laughed disdainfully. A sword sphere made by a mid-primal core adept is no different from trash in my eyes. When you step into the innate realm, I can personally refine an even better sword ball for you. Zhongya said it very casually, as if a mere sword sphere was nothing in his eyes. Chen Danden's eyes lit up. The old man's words revealed a message. The treasures that Zhou Donghuang had obtained from a primal core adept were at most those left behind by a mid-primal core adept. And this teacher of hers was an ultimate primal core adept in the way of martial arts. The ultimate primal core stage was 2 whole levels higher than the middle primal core stage. The difference in power was like the difference between clouds and mud. Zhou Donghuang. Chen Dandan turned her head slightly and looked in the direction of the valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located, her eyes filled with murderous intent. When I, Chen Dandan, return from my cultivation, I will cut that Lin lawn into 1,000 pieces in front of you, and then I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. And that head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Su Mo, since you are willing to be Zhou Donghuang's dog, I will send you on your way with your master. Medicine King Valley, the training grounds. After Su Mo borrowed the flying demon from head elder Yu Mei-chin of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and personally sent the youth dressed in white away, Yu Mei-chin and the other elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters also left. The 2 guardians of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Wang Tao and Yu Wei, after seeing Su Mo and the youth leave on the flying demon, also left. In an instant, only the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters were left in the huge training grounds. And now, this group of disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters were still extremely excited. I never thought that in my lifetime I would be able to see a primal core adept. In the past, I only heard that the legendary primal core adept could fly, but legends are legends after all, and deep in my heart, I did not really believe it until today when I personally saw that senior fly. I finally believe those legends. Me too. The appearance of the primal core adept successfully attracted the attention of all the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters present, and it completely stirred up their emotions. However, as the discussion of the primal core adept gradually died down, the topic of their conversation once again shifted to the youth in white. That youth named Zhou Donghuang has actually been acknowledged as master by the Valley Head. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, even if you beat me to death, I would not dare to believe that the high and mighty Valley Head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the number 1 person in the periphery of the 16 countries of the East Valley, would actually acknowledge a 19-year-old youth as master. I really don't know what the Valley Head is thinking. No matter what the Valley Head is thinking, his thoughts are not something we can fathom. In fact, it was not only the group of disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters who found it hard to understand that the Valley Head, Su Mo, had acknowledged the youth as master. Even the group of elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters found it hard to understand. However, no matter what, the Valley Head was the Valley Head, and he was the sky of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. No matter what the Valley Head did, they had to support him unconditionally. From today onwards, our Valley of the Medicine Masters will have an existence above the Valley Head. He will be the true master of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. On this point, everyone in the Valley of the Medicine Masters knew very well. On the other side, Su Mo personally sent the youth back to the cave abode. Tell me about Zhong Ye's background. Just as Su Mo was about to take his leave, Zhou Donghuang called out to him. Zhong Ye was the old man who had taken Chen Dandan away earlier. Besides being an ultimate primal core adept, he also seemed to be someone from the Xianin sect. Master! Hearing the youth mention Zhong Ye, Su Mo's expression suddenly became somewhat serious. Zhong Ye is one of the 2 elders of the Xianin sect. The 2 elders of the Xianin sect are both ultimate primal core adepts. Zhong Ye is the older of the 2, and the other is only a little over 200 years old in the prime of his life. As for the Xianin sect, It is one of the strongest sects on the planet of Ziyun, and it is above the various empires. Following Sumo's words, Donghuang not only understood the background of the Golden Essence Adept, Zhongya, but also gained a deeper understanding of the situation on the planet of Ziyun. Within the planet of Ziyun, the strongest were the sects, including the Xianin sect, and below them were the various empires. These empires were completely different from the small countries of the 16 countries of the East Valley. In these small countries, there might not even be a Khanate stage adept. And in these empires, there were not just ultimate Khanate adepts, but even ordinary primal core adepts. Our Valley of Medicine Masters is located on the southeastern border of the Xinguang Empire. Because this area is remote and inaccessible, the Xinguang Empire has no intention of encroaching on this area. To the Xinguang Empire, the surrounding areas of the 16 countries of the East Valley that the Valley of the Medicine Masters controls are just rural and remote places. Moreover, there is nothing of value here, so it's not even worth it for them to send people to guard it and leave it to its own devices. It is also under these circumstances that the Valley of the Medicine Masters, after hundreds of years, has gradually developed to where it is today. The situation of the Guiyuan sect that controls the 14 countries of Nanjiang is similar to that of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Although the 14 countries of Nanjiang are also located on the southeastern border of the Xinguang Empire, they are in the south. And the 16 countries of the East Valley are in the east. These were Su Mo's exact words. On the planet of Ziyun, each of the great empires was attached to a powerful sect that stood at the top of the planet of Ziyun, and they belonged to that sect. The royal families of the great empires were only hereditary, and they were usually only responsible for the management of the empire. They did not have any military power to speak of. The military power that they possessed came from the top sects of the planet of Ziyun. On the planet of Ziyun, there are a total of 5 powerful sects that stand at the top of the planet of Ziyun. The Xianin sect is only one of them. Correspondingly, there are a total of 5 empires on the planet of Ziyun. The Xinguang Empire, which is closest to us, is attached to a sect called the Xinguang sect. The Xinguang sect is a Buddhist sect. Hearing Su Mo say this, Donghuang's eyes narrowed, and he immediately thought of the Buddhist essence that had already been integrated into his body. Could that Buddhist essence have been left behind by an ancestor of the Xinguang sect? It was no wonder that Donghuang thought so. This was because among the 5 great empires of the planet of Ziyun, the empire closest to the 16 countries of the East Valley was the Xinguang Empire, and the Xinguang Empire was subordinate to a Buddhist sect, the Xinguang sect. Did you just say that there has not been a Dharma adept on the planet of Ziyun for hundreds of years? Donghuang asked. Yes. Su Mo nodded. It is now the year 1230 of the Ziyun era. Based on the Ziyun era, it is not difficult to know that the civilization of Ziyun began more than 1,200 years ago. A few hundred years ago, how many Dharma adepts did Ziyun appear? Donghuang asked. According to ancient records, there were only 2 people, and they weren't from the same era. As Su Mo spoke, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes flashed. One of them was from the Divine Light sect. That person was a martial arts genius from the Divine Light sect 700 years ago. He was close to 300 years old and had just entered the Dharma stage. At that time, the Divine Light sect's reputation on the Ziyun planet was as strong as the sun. However, in the 300 years that followed, that person stopped at the early Dharma stage and did not advance any further. It is said that before he reached the end of his life, he left the Divine Light sect and did not pass away in the Divine Light sect, leaving his Buddhist essence to the younger generation of the Divine Light sect. At this point, Su Mo could not help but sigh. Just this point alone made the image of that ancestor of the Ziyun planet much more prominent. I just don't know where he went to pass away in meditation. And after he passed away, has the Buddhist essence that he left behind been obtained by someone else? Chapter 156. After hearing Su Mo's words, Donghuang was completely certain. The Buddhist essence that he had obtained under the guidance of the two golden-crowned eagles had been left behind by the Dharma adept of the Divine Light sect after he had passed away. Whether it was the level of practice, the time, or the location, it all matched. Before the early Dharma adept of the Divine Light sect reached the end of his life, he had chosen to pass away on a dangerous peak in the 16 countries of the East Valley, not far from the Xinguang Empire. Master! Suddenly, Su Mo's expression became serious. That Chun Dandan has now become a disciple of Zhongya of the Xianin sect, and Zhongya has also obtained the Return Heaven herb that can be used to refine the Return Heaven elixir. With the Return Heaven elixir, Chun Dandan's destroyed meridians can be restored. After becoming a disciple of Zhongya, her level of practice will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. In the future, I'm afraid she will be a huge threat. As he spoke, Su Mo's eyes were filled with fear. After all, this time, he and the Valley of the Medicine Masters had offended Chun Dandan, and it was inevitable that Chun Dandan would come back for revenge. Chun Dandan, hearing Su Mo mention the young girl who had been taken away by Zhongya of the Xianin sect, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed across them. What had happened today was beyond his expectations. In the history of his previous life, Chun Dandan had not had this opportunity, but had died of old age in the Valley of the Medicine Masters after attaining the Khanate stage. However, from what Zhongya said, the reason why Chun Dandan had such an opportunity was entirely because of me. Earlier, Zhongya had said that it was because he had seen Zhou Donghuang riding a great consummation flying demon across the sky that he had paid attention to Zhou Donghuang. Then, after he had obtained the Return Heaven herb, he had passed by the Valley of the Medicine Masters and sensed Zhou Donghuang's aura, which was why he had come to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. As for what had happened afterwards, it seemed logical. Chun Dandan, so what if your fate has changed because of me? If you are in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I will go to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to kill you. Now that you have gone to the Xianin sect, I will go to the Xianin sect to kill you. When Zhou Donghuang suddenly opened his eyes, they were filled with a cold light. As for that Zhongya, since he wants to form a connection with the Xianin sect, I will destroy the Xianin sect in the future. Although Zhou Donghuang's words were spoken in a low voice, Su Mo, who was standing not far away, could hear them clearly. At that moment, Su Mo couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. He had never imagined that the master he had acknowledged would have such ambitions. Flatten the Xianin sect. Was that even possible? The Xianin sect was one of the 5 most powerful sects in the Ziyun planet, and it stood at the pinnacle of the Ziyun planet. Anyone who wanted to flatten the Xianin sect would need to be at least at the Dharma Law stage. Although the young man in front of him was only 19 years old, he had already reached the early stages of the Xian Tian stage. However, just as the ancestor of the Xianin sect, Zhongya, had said, in the Xianin sect, there were many people of his age who were more powerful than the young man in front of him. Even the disciples of the Xianin sect might not have the chance to step into the Dharma stage, let alone the youth in front of him. Therefore, Su Mo did not take the young man's harsh words to heart and only thought that the young man had said them in a moment of anger. After a while, the cold light in Zhou Donghuang's eyes faded, and he looked at Su Mo and asked, in the Xinguang Empire, should we be able to get spirit stones? Spirit stones were special stones formed from ordinary stones that had accumulated a large amount of spirit energy from the heavens and earth. Using spirit stones to practice could replace absorbing spirit energy from the heavens and earth, and the two could complement each other to make practice more efficient. Since there were many primal core adepts in the Xinguang Empire, it was impossible that they did not have spirit stones. As for the 5 top sects of the Ziyun planet, including the Xianin sect, they naturally had no lack of spirit stones. Zhou Donghuang even suspected that they controlled a vein of spirit stones, or else they would not have been able to establish such a sect. Today, Zhongya of the Xianin sect had said, in the Xianin sect, there were people of similar age but with higher levels of practice than him. Although there were not many of them, there were still quite a few. Those people must be the talented disciples of the Xianin sect who had piled up spirit stones. Spirit stones? Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Su Mo's eyes narrowed, and he smiled bitterly. Master, it is possible to get spirit stones in the Xinguang Empire, but it is very difficult. In the hundreds of years of history of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, only the founder of the sect, after attaining the ultimate Khanate stage, paid a huge price to exchange for a spirit stone on the black market of the Xinguang Empire. His original intention was to use that spirit stone to attain the primal core stage in one go and become a primal core adept. But, in the end, the spirit energy in the spirit stone was exhausted, and he was still unable to break through. Before he died of old age, he left behind a letter saying that if he had 3 spirit stones at that time, he would have been fully confident of attaining the primal core stage. At this point, Su Mo paused before continuing. Spirit stones are very precious. Even if the Valley of the Medicine Masters were to sell everything of value in the valley, we might not be able to exchange for 1 spirit stone on the black market of the Xinguang Empire. The black market of the Xinguang Empire? Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed, and he asked bluntly, exchanging for spirit stones on the black market of the Xinguang Empire can guarantee the privacy of the trader? Master, you can rest assured on this. Su Mo said, the black market of the Xinguang Empire, as an intermediary, deals in trustworthiness. Back then, the founder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters chose to pay a huge price to exchange for spirit stones on the black market of the Xinguang Empire precisely because it was safe to exchange for spirit stones there. If he had taken another route, the price he paid for 1 spirit stone on the black market would have been enough to exchange for 2 spirit stones. If he had taken another route and paid the same price, although he could have exchanged for 2 spirit stones, it is very likely that he would have been killed just as he got the spirit stones. Su Mo finished in one breath. Zhou Donghuang nodded. In a month, come with me to the Xinguang Empire. I want to take a look at the black market that you speak of. Yes, master. Su Mo acknowledged respectfully. Also, during this time, you can stay here and practice. At first, Su Mo did not think much of the youth's words, but he felt that it was not appropriate to reject the youth, so he decided to practice here for a few days and then find an excuse to return to his residence to practice. But, not long after he sat down to practice, a layer of golden light extended from the wooden hut to his body, and he found that his practice was twice as effective with half the effort. The speed of his practice was more than double what it had been before. This master of mine, who is he? What kind of method is this? It can actually help me increase the speed of my practice by such a large margin. Su Mo's heart jumped. It must be known that when he had taken the Khanate elixir that the youth had formulated, he had already felt that his practice speed had increased significantly, and there was hope for him to attain the primal core stage. And now, under the cover of the golden light that extended from the wooden hut, his practice speed had increased even further, and it had more than doubled from its original foundation. If I can continue to take the Khanate elixir that Master has formulated, and if I can continue to practice by Master's side, in at most 10 years, I will definitely attain the primal core stage. Su Mo's eyes shone brightly, and he could not stop it. It was also at this moment that Su Mo's respect for the young master in the wooden hut grew, because he had already tightly linked his dream of attaining the primal core stage to him. But now, Su Mo did not know. Although Zhou Donghuang had given him the power of the Buddhist essence to aid in his practice, the power he had given him was not even 1/10 of the power he had given to the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold. The reason for this was that Zhou Donghuang had intentionally left something behind. The reason for this was, first, because Su Mo had not yet obtained his full approval, and second, because he wanted to leave enough power from the Buddhist essence to aid him in attaining the primal core stage. If Zhou Donghuang did all he could to give the power of the Buddhist essence to aid in Su Mo's practice, in at most 2 years, Su Mo would definitely attain the primal core stage. When I attain the middle Khanate stage, I will make a trip to the black market in the Xinguang Empire in exchange for some spirit stones. If I have spirit stones to use for practice, my practice will advance further. In the wooden hut, Zhou Donghuang, who had been practicing, suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze was like a torch. If I have enough spirit stones to aid in my practice, and with the help of the Buddhist essence, I will definitely attain the primal core stage in less than a year. 2 years ago, I set the goal of attaining the primal core stage in 5 years. Now, as long as I have enough spirit stones, I will be able to attain the primal core stage within a year and achieve the goal I set 2 years earlier. Even though Donghuang had 1,000 years' worth of memories from his previous life, when he thought of this, his heart was still stirred. Attaining the primal core stage and becoming a primal core adept meant that he would be able to use his inner yuan to travel through the air and traverse the stars with his physical body. At that time, he would be able to leave the planet of Ziyun and travel to other planets. A month's time was neither short nor long. In the blink of an eye, it had passed. After a month, everything in the Valley of the Medicine Masters had returned to normal, and gradually, fewer and fewer people brought up what had happened in the arena a month ago. Time was enough to wash away everything. Of course, even though fewer and fewer people brought up what had happened in the arena a month ago, the events of that time were still deeply engraved in the hearts of those who had been present. A primal core adept, and the young master of their valley head, Su-Mo Whoosh. A giant black eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 meters left the valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located like a bolt of black lightning. This giant black eagle's eyes were like lightning, and the golden crown on its head was like a deep burning flame. Master, your golden-crowned eagle has attained the Khanate stage? On the back of the giant eagle, a middle-aged man with a handsome face and dressed in a gray robe asked. Withdrawing his shocked gaze from the giant eagle, he looked at the back of the young man in a robe whiter than snow. Chapter 157. A few days before Donghuang entered the middle Khanate stage, the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold, also successfully entered the Khanate stage and became a Khanate stage demon. After becoming a Khanate stage demon, Big Gold's body had grown even larger. When it spread its wings, it was more than 10 meters long, and its current speed was completely different from before it had broken through. This golden-crowned eagle has just broken through to the Khanate stage, and its speed is already comparable to that of my old friend. After receiving confirmation from the youth, Su-Mo, the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, looked at the golden-crowned eagle at his feet, and his eyes became dazed as he thought of the Khanate stage silver-crowned crane that the Valley of the Medicine Masters previously had. That silver-crowned crane had already died at the hands of its current master, Donghuang, half a year ago. Where is the black market of the Xinguang Empire? Donghuang asked Su-Mo as he looked down at the seemingly endless wilderness beneath the clouds. On the way out of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and towards the Xinguang Empire, all they could see were towering mountains and precipitous ridges, wilderness, and even small villages. Now, Donghuang could completely understand why the Xinguang Empire had given up on developing the 16 countries of the East Valley and made them part of the Xinguang Empire. The 16 countries of the East Valley were too remote. In the eyes of the Xinguang Empire, the 16 countries of the East Valley were barren mountains and unruly rivers, the kind that had no development value. Master, Su-Mo responded to Donghuang's question. The black market of the Xinguang Empire is in the capital of the Xinguang Empire. A few days ago, when I was practicing, I flipped through the personal letters left behind by the previous heads of the Valley of the Medicine Masters before they passed away, and I gained a better understanding of the black market of the Xinguang Empire. The black market of the Xinguang Empire is something that even the imperial court of the Xinguang Empire, and even the Xinguang sect behind the imperial court of the Xinguang Empire, are unable to interfere. This is because the backing of the black market are the 5 top sects of the Ziyun planet, including the Xinguang sect. Among them is the Xianin sect. The existence of the black market is monitored by the 5 great sects, Meng Hao said. Occasionally, one of the sects will send someone to pretend to be doing business in the black market. If the person behind the scenes turns out to be a traitor, the sect behind the traitor will have to hand over 4,000 spirit stones to each of the other 4 sects, 1,000 spirit stones each. Under such circumstances, None of the 5 major sects would dare to steal from the black market. The black market has a total of 5 strongholds, and they're located in the capital cities of the 5 top sects of the planet of Xian. Sumo's words gave Zhou Donghuang a better understanding of the black market in the Xinguang Empire. It turned out that the so-called black market was set up by the 5 top sects of the Xian planet, and the annual profits of the black market were equally divided among the 5 top sections. The black market is very profitable. For example, let's say we want to exchange 2 spirit stones for something. Of the 2 spirit stones, one will be taken by the black market, and the other will be taken by the person who took it. At this point, Sumo couldn't help but click his tongue. Just like the founder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the price he paid in the black market could actually be exchanged for 2 spirit stones. But because half of what he took out was eaten by the black market, the remaining half could only be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. As Sumo spoke further, Zhou Donghuang also learned the rules of the black market. The black market guaranteed the privacy of both the buyer and the seller. However, the buyer and seller who initiated the transaction also had to pay a hefty price. I really didn't expect that on this tiny planet of Ziyun, there would be such a market. Zhou Donghuang's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself. This was because markets like the black market on the planet of Ziyun were not rare among the thousands of races in the universe. At its speed, how long would it take to travel from the Valley of the Medicine Masters to the capital of the Xinguang Empire? Zhou Donghuang asked Sumo when the silver-crowned crane of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had just attained the Khanate stage and became a Khanate stage demon. I asked it to take me on a trip to the capital of the Xinguang Empire. That time, it took a little more than 3 months. Sumo replied. Of that time, more than 2 months were spent on the journey from the Valley of the Medicine Masters to the southeastern border of the Xinguang Empire. When it reached the border of the Donghuang corner of the Xinguang Empire, the silver-crowned crane, which had just attained the Khanate stage, spent about 20 days to reach the capital of the Xinguang Empire. At this point, Sumo couldn't help but sigh. The Valley of the Medicine Masters, and even the 16 countries of the East Valley, are too far from the Xinguang Empire. But it is precisely because of this that the 16 countries of the East Valley, and even the Valley of the Medicine Masters, have not been encroached upon by the Xinguang Empire. Zhou Donghuang had already guessed this point from Sumo, so he wasn't surprised. 3 months, Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed, and then he sat down cross-legged and prepared to begin practicing. It looks like when I reach the capital of the Xinguang Empire, I have a chance of attaining the late Khanate stage. Even if I don't, by that time, my level of practice will definitely not be far from the late Khanate stage. Ever since he had formulated the Khanate elixir, Zhou Donghuang's progress and practice had been ridiculously fast. With the help of the Buddha's lifeblood in his body and the Lord of the Four Supremes, which was even more powerful than the 1,000-star sword technique and the fiery thunder training regimen, Zhou Donghuang had successfully attained the middle Khanate stage a month or so after arriving in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. According to his calculations, he would be able to attain the late Khanate stage in about 3 months' time. And without the help of spirit stones, it would take at least half a year to practice from the late Khanate stage to the ultimate Khanate stage. As for practicing from the ultimate Khanate stage to the primal core stage, it would take even longer. At least a year, at most a year and a half, or even 2 years. And it was precisely because this method of practice was too slow that Zhou Donghuang was so anxious to obtain a batch of spirit stones to help him attain the primal core stage as soon as possible and become a primal core adept. For the rest of the journey until we reach the capital of the Xinguang Empire, if there's nothing that I must be woken up for, don't disturb my practice. After bidding farewell to Sumo, Zhou Donghuang immersed himself in practice, fully concentrating on the Lord of the Four Supremes. As he expended the power of the Khanate elixir in his body, the power of the Buddha's lifeblood also extended continuously and merged with the qi in his body. In the boundless universe, there were countless planets. Earth was one of them, and so was the planet of Ziyun. The planet of Tianxian was also one of them. However, whether it was Earth, the planet of Ziyun, or the planet of Tianxian, they did not belong to the same galaxy and were very far apart from each other. However, the distance between the galaxies was not considered far. The planet of Tianxian was located in a galaxy called the Luoha Galaxy. It was one of the larger planets in the Luoha Galaxy and had more resources for practice. Martial arts were prevalent there, and primal core adepts were as common as dogs. Khanate adepts were everywhere, and there were even quite a few Dharma adepts. Now, in the sky above a vast mansion on the planet of Tianxian, the atmosphere was tense. Hand over Himeng, or your entire family will be wiped out today. A skinny old woman dressed in a loose green robe stood in the air, staring coldly at the three people standing opposite her as she spoke in a low voice. On the old woman's body, there was the shadow of a giant ape that was 10 feet tall. This giant ape was extremely strong, and it was a stark contrast to the skinny old woman's body. It was constantly reaching out with its thick arms and beating its own chest with a dull thud. Now, the three people standing opposite her had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, and their breathing was weak. On each of their bodies, there was a 30-foot-tall shadow. One was the shadow of a giant tiger, one was the shadow of a giant sword, and the last was the shadow of a flame. However, in front of the giant ape that was 30 feet tall, the three phantoms were like three 3-year-old children standing in front of an adult. The latter could easily beat the former up, and the former could not even fight back in the process. Miss Luo, you have known my daughter, Himeng, for many years. Must you take her life? Among the three of them, the middle-aged man with the image of a giant tiger on his body looked at the woman beside the green-robed old woman with a pleading expression. He asked with a bitter expression. She was indeed blinded by that matter. Spare her this time, and I'll let her be your servant for 100 years. She'll be at your beck and call. How about that? The woman before him was the top of the younger generation of the Luo family, the pride of the Luo family, and the future hope of the Luo family. His daughter was also the top of the younger generation of the He family and the hope of the He family. Patriarch He, if Himeng does not appear in 10 breaths' time, from now on, the He family will cease to exist. The woman standing beside the old woman was dressed in a light green dress. She was about 20 years old, and her long hair flowed like a waterfall. Her eyebrows were like a painting, her nose was high, and her lips were bright red. She had a face that could topple cities, but at this moment, there was a chilly expression on her face. Her expression was indifferent, and her gaze was cold. Her voice did not seem to contain any emotion. Almost as soon as the woman finished speaking, Luo Qing'an, accompanied by a sharp voice, a woman in a light pink dress stood on the back of a flying monstrous beast. The flying monstrous beast rose into the sky from the mansion below. It stood in the distance and stared at the woman in the green dress from afar. Young sect Master Yuan is handsome, and his talent in the martial Tao is above yours. I, Himeng, have pursued him for many years, but I'm unable to get him. That day, I did all that in order to help you and him be together. I wanted your Luo clan to be connected to him and the sect behind him. You, don't be so ungrateful. The woman in the pink dress stood on the back of the flying demon, and her eyes were filled with indignation. She had never thought that the man who had promised to protect her would not show up. Obviously, he had given up on her. In his eyes, I am ultimately just a pawn. The woman's heart was filled with disappointment. Chapter 158. You're still being unreasonable at a time like this? Hearing Himeng's quibble, Luo Qinghan's eyes turned even colder. With a flash of her body, she flew out like a ghost and appeared not far from the girl in pink who was riding on the flying demon. Silver light surrounded her body, and she exuded a sharp aura. Sway_Ming, you have entered the late primal core stage? Only then did Himeng clearly see the silver light surrounding Luo Qinghan's body. Her expression changed in an instant, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. If her memory served her right, Mr. Luo Qinghan was only 22 years old now, but had already entered the late primal core stage and become a silver essence adept. Even a man he Meng liked, who was said to be more talented than Luo Qinghan, had only reached the late primal core stage at the age of 25. How could Luo Qinghan advance from the early primal core stage to the late primal core stage in such a short period of time? He Meng couldn't figure it out. Based on the martial arts talent that Luo Qinghan had displayed in the past, it was already incredible that she had entered the mid-primal core stage. Thanks to you. As Luo Qinghan laughed coldly, the milky white halo around her body gradually became clearer. Xiao. With a flick of Luo Qinghan's sleeve, a silver thread made entirely of inner yuan whizzed out and headed straight for He Meng's brow. It was so fast that He Meng, who had not even attained the primal core stage, could not react at all. Minger. The expression of the middle-aged man who had pleaded with Luo Qinghan changed drastically when he saw that Luo Qinghan had used a killing move against his daughter. The 30-meter-tall phantom of a giant tiger suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and its entire body tensed up as if it could pounce out at any time. He Jin, if you dare to make a move, from today onwards, your He clan will be completely erased from the mysterious sky star. The old woman who had come with Luo Qinghan sounded calm, but there was a hidden killing intent in her voice. At the same time, the 30-meter-tall giant ape phantom that had appeared on her body was waving its strong arms and beating its chest at an even faster speed. Its eyes were filled with a cold and vicious light. Patriarch, you mustn't attack. Patriarch, let young Miss bear the responsibility for the trouble she caused. Don't let her fault implicate the family. As soon as the old woman finished speaking, the other two old men beside Eugene, the head of the He family, hurriedly stopped Eugene. At the same time, the 30-meter-tall sword and 30-meter-tall flame silhouettes that appeared on their bodies also stirred in a timely manner, blocking the path of the 30-meter-tall giant tiger silhouette. Regardless of whether it was He Jin's 30-meter-tall tiger phantom, or the two elders' 30-meter-tall sword phantom and 30-meter-tall flame phantom, they were all their Dharma forms. Adepts at the Dharma stage could activate the primal core in their bodies and create a Dharma power to fight against their enemies. The higher the level of practice, the stronger the Dharma power. 3-foot Dharma power was the hallmark of a mid-Dharma adept. The He family was considered a respectable family on the Tianxian planet. The strongest members of the family were the 3 mid-Dharma adepts present. It was precisely because of the existence of these 3 Dharma adepts that the He family was able to dominate a part of the Tianxian planet. However, the old woman who had come with Luo Qinghan today was one of the 2 late Dharma adepts of the Luo family, which was even stronger than the He family. Just now, the old woman had attacked and injured the 3 mid-Dharma adepts of the He family in just a few rounds. The difference in power was too great, and the 3 members of the He family could not resist at all. Young Miss Luo, have mercy! Accompanied by an old voice coming from the He family mansion below, a 10-meter-tall Dharma power flew out from the He family mansion. It was the shadow of a machete, and in a flash, it appeared in front of He Meng, blocking Luo Qinghan's attack. At the same time, under this 10-meter-tall machete shadow, the figure of an old man also appeared at the right time. Seeing that someone had blocked Luo Qinghan's attack, the expression of the old woman who had come with Luo Qinghan turned cold. In the instant that she let out a cold snort, the 10-meter-tall shadow of a giant ape that appeared behind her rushed out with a fierce look in its eyes. Its mountain-like body looked clumsy, but its speed was ridiculously fast. In the blink of an eye, before the 3 mid-Dharma adepts of the He family could react, the shadow of the giant ape had already rushed in front of the old man in front of He Meng. Whoosh! The giant ape's strong arms swung up, and a palm whistled through the air, directly grabbing the 3-meter-tall shadow of the machete that had appeared behind the old man. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! As the giant ape's palm tightened on the machete instantly shattered, and the old man, who had lost the protection of his Dharma power, was directly crushed by the giant ape's palm, dead. A mere early Dharma adept was completely vulnerable in front of a late Dharma adept. 5th Elder. He Jin's expression changed, and the two old men beside him also had ugly expressions. Fifth elder. He Meng's face was pale. She had never imagined that her mistake would not only harm herself, but also harm this old man who had loved her dearly and treated her like his own granddaughter. He Meng, if you had stepped forward earlier to take on this responsibility, you would not have implicated others. In the instant that the old man died, Luo Qinghan's eyes flashed with a look of pity, and then her gaze turned cold again. A silver thread once again whistled through the air, piercing through He Meng's brow as easily as breaking a twig, killing her. Granny, let's go. Just as the old woman killed the old man who had blocked Luo Qinghan's attack, her gaze turned even colder, and she was about to further settle the score with the He family. Luo Qinghan spoke up. The main culprit is dead. This matter, let's leave it at that. All right. Hearing Luo Qinghan's words, the old woman subconsciously looked at her, and the coldness in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a thick look of affection. In a moment, just as she turned to leave with Luo Qinghan, the old woman turned back again and coldly glanced at the three members of the He family. If not for my Qinghan's kindness, I would have directly destroyed the He family today. Thank you, Miss Luo, for showing mercy. The two old men beside He Jin, the patriarch of the He family, hurriedly thanked the young lady who had her back to them, and the corners of their lips curled up in a bitter and helpless smile. The old woman beside Luo Qinghan was too powerful. Her level of practice was high, and the Dharma power that she had condensed was extremely domineering. Looking at the entire Tianxian planet, there were not many late Dharma adepts who could match her. Most importantly, such a powerful person was also the biological grandmother of Luo Qinghan, the young mistress of the Luo family. And it was precisely because of Luo Qinghan's existence that this powerful person had lowered herself to stay in the Luo family, and did not join a force stronger than the Luo family in the Tianxian planet to enjoy better treatment. Qinghan. After leaving the He family household, the old woman looked lovingly at the beautiful girl in the green dress beside her. You really don't need Granny to fetch that little fellow from the Ziyun planet. Granny, you're spouting nonsense again. Luo Qinghan frowned slightly and said unhappily, I only met him by chance that time. It was just an accident. In the future, there will be no more interactions between me and him. Since you feel that you will not have any interactions with him in the future, then Granny will make a trip to the Ziyun planet and kill him. A murderous look flashed in the old woman's eyes, and she laughed coldly. How dare he taint my granddaughter's innocence? If I don't kill him, I will not be able to appease the hatred in my heart. Granny. Luo Qinghan's expression changed as if she had been shocked. Don't be rash. I've told you many times that time between me and him was really just an accident. If you really want to talk about it, he is the victim. Don't kill the innocent and wrongly kill a good person. Huh? Granny was just joking. Why are you so anxious? Do you already have him in your heart? The old woman laughed, and the murderous look in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a mocking look. If you really like him, Granny will fetch him from the Ziyun planet, and then you can go through the ceremony and get married. If I can witness your marriage on behalf of your mother, when I reach the underworld in the future, I will be able to answer to her. Granny, what nonsense are you talking about? You're only close to 500 years old now, and you still have more than 100 years to break through to the primordial soul stage. You will definitely be able to do so, Luo Qinghan said unhappily. The primordial soul stage? The old woman shook her head. If Granny can see you get married and enter the ultimate Dharma stage before I die at 600 years old, I will have no regrets. The last time a primordial soul adept appeared on the Tianxian planet was already 1,000 years ago. Granny, Qinghan has faith in you. Luo Qinghan looked at the old woman seriously, her gaze extremely determined. All right, let's not talk about this for now. The old woman smiled and shook her head. Then, her expression turned serious, and she asked seriously, Girl, are you sure that the lad is really just from the Ziyun planet? Yes. Luo Qinghan nodded. He is just from a small place on the Ziyun planet. In that small place, he is considered a martial arts prodigy, but on the stage of the entire Xian planet, he is only considered average. At that time, he was at least 16 or 17 years old, but he had not even entered the Khanate stage. That's strange. The old woman frowned slightly. Not long after you returned to the Xian planet, you specially went to investigate. There is not even a Dharma adept there, and it is a backward planet with only 5 small, inferior quality spirit stone veins. That kind of backward planet, logically speaking, it is impossible for someone with such a noble bloodline to appear. After her granddaughter had a night with a lad from the Xian planet who had not even entered the Khanate stage, her training speed had increased by leaps and bounds, as if her talent had increased by leaps and bounds overnight. There could only be one reason for this situation. The boy who had a night of pleasure with her granddaughter was still a virgin before he got together with her granddaughter. Furthermore, he was of noble bloodline, and his martial arts talent far exceeded her granddaughter's, which was why he was able to change her granddaughter's martial arts talent as if it was against the heavens. Chapter 159. I don't know if his bloodline is noble or not. Hearing the old woman's words, Luo Qinghan frowned slightly and said, but his martial talent should not be that great. Otherwise, he would not be only at the Qi gathering stage at the age of 16 or 17. She also knew what her grandmother was thinking. Therefore, she was certain that the reason why her martial arts talent had improved so drastically was because of the time when she had sex with the youth on the planet of Xian. Furthermore, that time was the youth's first time for both her and him. It should be that there is a noble bloodline in his blood, but it has not been awakened. If that's the case, everything can be explained. The old woman guessed. If that's the case, your luck is really not bad, lass. As she said this, the old woman could not help but laugh. You call this not bad luck? Luo Qinghan laughed bitterly. If you were given a chance to choose, would you prefer to do it with him again and improve your martial talent? Or would you prefer that nothing happened? The old woman looked at Luo Qinghan deeply and asked, a woman's chastity is important. But I think, in exchange for your current martial talent, it is worth it. Hearing the old woman's words, Luo Qinghan fell silent again, although she did not reject the former. However, she asked herself, what's wrong? Even if she didn't reject the former, it didn't seem to be because the other party could help her improve her martial arts talent and cause her martial arts talent to undergo a complete transformation. If it was someone else, she would rather give up her martial arts talent than give up her chastity. Back then, after leaving the planet of Xian, before Luo Qinghan discovered that her martial talent had improved, she could not help but think of that handsome youth, whose eyes were full of vicissitudes of life that did not match his age, every time she had free time. Even if she did not want to admit it, it could not change the fact that the youth had already taken root in her heart and even in her mind. Perhaps it is because he took away my first time, and I do not have any ill feelings towards him. Luo Qinghan had thought of this more than once. At least there was one thing that Luo Qinghan was very sure of. She did not reject that youth. Occasionally, when she thought of that young man, the corners of her mouth would involuntarily curl up into a smile. Of course, she had been told this by someone else. Xian planet, the Donghuang Empire. After 3 months, Donghuang finally arrived at the capital of the Donghuang Empire with the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold. At the same time, he was awakened by Su Mo, who was behind him. We've arrived? When Donghuang opened his eyes, he could see a vast and majestic city in front of him. It was like a huge beast lying there. Evidently, this was the capital of the Donghuang Empire. Master, let's find an inn to stay in first before we decide on our next step. Su Mo suggested as Big Gold circled outside the capital of the Donghuang Empire. Okay, make the arrangements. Donghuang nodded. It just so happens that I've brought out all the gold notes printed by the Donghuang Empire from the Valley of the Medicine Masters. We can stay in a better inn. Su Mo laughed. Although there were gold notes in circulation in the surrounding regions of the 16 countries of the East Valley, they were printed by the Valley of the Medicine Masters themselves. And in the surrounding regions of the 16 countries of the East Valley, The Valley of the Medicine Masters did not allow any country to privately print gold notes. Only could print gold notes. If any country in the 16 countries of the East Valley wanted gold notes, they had to send gold to the Valley of the Medicine Masters in exchange. The countries of the 16 countries of the East Valley only had the authority to print silver notes. However, in the Xinguang Empire, the gold notes printed by the Valley of the Medicine Masters did not have any value in circulation. In the Xinguang Empire, even Su Mo, the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, could only use real money as currency if he did not have the gold notes printed by the imperial court of the Xinguang Empire. However, many of the previous heads of the Valley of the Medicine Masters had gone to the Xinguang Empire, so the Valley of the Medicine Masters had a large stock of gold notes printed by the Xinguang Empire. On the planet of Ziyun, real money was the most widely circulated currency, and the currency above that was spirit stones. However, on the planet of Ziyun, under normal circumstances, no amount of real money could be exchanged for a spirit stone, unless someone took out the spirit stone to exchange for real money. Spirit stones were priceless items in the real gold and silver market. Master, there are some places in the Xinguang Empire where flying beasts are not allowed to enter. Please instruct your golden-crowned eagle on this point. Su Mo reminded him before the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold, flew into the capital of the Xinguang Empire. As they neared the capital of the Xinguang Empire, Donghuang saw many flying beasts flying into the sky above the capital of the Xinguang Empire. At the same time, there were also many flying beasts flying in and out of the sky above the capital of the Xinguang Empire. There are so many people. Donghuang had thought that the number of people flying in and out of the sky on flying beasts was already considered a lot. But when he looked down, he realized that there were even more people going in and out of the gates of the capital of the Xinguang Empire. Some were walking, while others were riding on beasts. Primal Core Adept. Suddenly, Donghuang heard Su Mo's exclamation. Instinctively following Su Mo's gaze, Donghuang saw a middle-aged man in a long blue robe flying through the air into the capital of the Xinguang Empire. This middle-aged man's body was surrounded by a faint white halo that was slightly sparse. An early Primal Core Adept. It was not difficult for Donghuang to see that this middle-aged man in the blue robe was an early Primal Core Adept. At the same time, Donghuang also realized that the middle-aged man in the blue robe flying through the air into the capital of the Xinguang Empire did not attract much attention. Only he and Su Mo were staring at him. Instead, it was Su Mo's exclamation that had attracted the attention of many people who were riding flying beasts in and out of the capital of the Xinguang Empire. Most of them only glanced at Su Mo and Donghuang before looking away. However, a middle-aged man who was also riding an eagle-type beast with a wingspan of more than 10 meters said with a mocking smile, "From the countryside? Never seen a Primal Core Adept? What a fuss, what a joke. I'm making a fuss. What does it have to do with you?" After all, Su Mo was the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and a late Khanate adept. Being mocked in his face, he naturally could not take it, and he glanced coldly at the other man and said in a flat tone, "What? You're obviously from the countryside, and you won't let me say so?" The middle-aged man's face suddenly turned cold, and the chi from his body whistled out at the right time. It was at least 3 feet long, and it was obvious that he was a middle Khanate adept. Seeing this, Su Mo faintly smiled and retracted his gaze. It was just a middle Khanate adept, and if he continued to be entangled with him, it would seem like he was in the wrong. After all, he was a late Khanate adept whose level of practice was close to the ultimate Khanate stage. However, Su Mo did not intend to quibble with the other party, but the other party obviously had no intention of letting the matter rest. With a cold look in his eyes, he rode his giant eagle, which was also an early Khanate stage beast like the golden-crowned eagle, towards Big Gold at high speed. At the same time, the middle-aged man had a sinister smile on his face as he struck out at Big Gold with his palm. A 3-foot-long green palm whizzed out and was about to land on Big Gold. The scene before him was too sudden. By the time Big Gold regained its senses, the middle-aged man's palm containing 3 feet of chi was already nearing, and it had nowhere to run. It could only frantically cry out to the youth on its back for help. "Young master, save me." Just as Donghuang's face turned cold, and he was about to strike back at the middle-aged man on the eagle beast's back. "You're asking for it." With an angry roar, Su Mo attacked before Donghuang could. His right hand slashed through the air, his index and middle fingers pressed together, and he pointed out. Swish! The ray of chi shot out from Sumo's fingertip and pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, it had grown 10 feet long, and not only had it easily destroyed the middle-aged man's 3-foot palm of chi, it had also pierced through the head of the eagle beast the middle-aged man was riding on. No, with the death of the eagle beast, the middle-aged man's expression changed. At the same time, he instinctively shook his legs, and the 3 feet of chi under his feet exploded. Using the momentum of the dead eagle, he leaped towards Big Gold. Obviously, the middle-aged man wanted to hold on to Big Gold in order to stay in the air. Otherwise, with his current height, even if he used the dead eagle demonic beast as his meat cushion, he would still have a slim chance of survival. Even if he survived, he would definitely become a cripple. Because of this, he made the right decision in the blink of an eye. He wanted to hold on to Big Gold to avoid falling from the sky. "Go down!" Faced with the middle-aged man leaping towards him, Sumo's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he pointed out again, passing through the middle-aged man's hand that was flying towards Big Gold. Crack! The ray of chi shot out from Sumo's finger and pierced through the middle-aged man's wrist, leaving a hideous bloody hole. Then his entire hand dropped, and his entire body fell from the sky. "No!" The middle-aged man's shrill scream rang out. Bang! A moment later, there was a loud crash from below. The middle-aged man fell directly outside the walls of the capital of the Donghuang Empire, smashing into a pile of flesh and blood. Whoosh! While the surrounding group of people riding on flying beasts had their flying beast circle in place to watch, the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold, was already frightened. It flapped its wings and flew at top speed into the capital of the Donghuang Empire. As Donghuang and Su Mo were brought into the capital by the golden-crowned eagle, an old man on the back of a flying beast looked at the back of the golden-crowned eagle and murmured, "These two are in trouble. The person who just died seems to be Yang Wei of the Yang family?" "That's right. It is the 8th elder of the Yang family, Yang Wei." Chapter 160. After entering the capital of the Donghuang Empire and finding an inn to stay in, Donghuang left with Su Mo. He had only one goal in coming to the Donghuang Empire this time, to get a batch of spirit stones. At least, he had to get enough spirit stones to allow him to attain the primal core stage in the shortest time possible. The spirit stones of the planet of Ziyun all come from the 5 spirit stone lodes of the planet of Ziyun. These 5 spirit stone lodes are controlled by the top 5 sects of the planet of Ziyun, including the Donghuang sect and the Xianin sect. Of the 5 spirit stone veins, the one with the highest output produces about 2,000 spirit stones every year. The one with the smallest output produces about 1,300 spirit stones every year. Because of this, the 5 sects have jointly decided on the punishment for disrupting the black market. 4,000 spirit stones is not a small sum to any of the sections. After arriving at the capital of the Donghuang Empire, Donghuang had a better understanding of the situation regarding the spirit stone resources of the planet of Ziyun. There were only 5 spirit stone lodes on the planet of Ziyun. Furthermore, they were all very small lodes. The total annual output of the 5 spirit stone lodes did not even exceed 10,000 spirit stones. Because of this, spirit stones were extremely rare on the planet of Ziyun. Indeed, the spirit energy in the air of any planet determines the amount of spirit stones on that planet, Donghuang said to himself. Although the practice environment of the planet of Ziyun far surpasses that of Earth during the Age of Chaos, compared to those planets with many adepts, it can only be considered average, Donghuang said to himself. 5 such small, inferior quality spirit stone loads. It is basically impossible for them to produce mid-quality spirit stones. Although on the planet of Yun, spirit stones were spirit stones, and there was no distinction between inferior quality, mid-quality, or top quality, Zhou Donghuang knew that the spirit stones of the planet of Yun were only the lowest grade of spirit stones, inferior quality spirit stones. The 5 spirit stone loads controlled by the Xinguang sect, the Xianin sect, and the other sects were also inferior quality spirit stone loads, and it was impossible for them to produce mid-quality spirit stones. On some of the planets in the universe that were rich in spirit stone resources, there were many large inferior quality spirit stone loads that could more or less produce mid-quality spirit stones. The higher the grade of the spirit stone, the more abundant the spirit chi stored in it. Moreover, the purity of the spirit chi would also be higher, and the effect of assisting cultivation would be better. Of course, I can't hope to obtain mid-quality spirit stones on the planet of Xian now. As long as I have enough inferior quality spirit stones, I will definitely attain the primal core stage in 9 months. Zhou Donghuang's eyes shone with confidence, and he let Su Mo lead the way to the black market stronghold in the capital of the Xinguang Empire. The black market in the capital of the Xinguang Empire was located in the northwest corner of the capital. It was a building that occupied a vast area. The building had only 1 floor and looked very ordinary from the outside. It was impossible to tell that this was a common property of the 5 main sections. 2 people. The entrance fee is 200 gold taels. At one of the main doors of the black market stood a few middle-aged men dressed in black with cold expressions. After blocking Zhou Donghuang and Su Mo, one of them said coldly. Hearing this, Su Mo casually handed over a gold note worth 100 taels. Only then did the middle-aged men in black at the entrance of the black market let them in. This black market is really shady. The entrance fee is 100 gold taels per person. As they followed Zhou Donghuang into the black market, Su Mo could not help but complain. People who go to the black market to find people to do business with will not be short of 100 gold taels. Zhou Donghuang could completely understand this. Setting up such a threshold is also to prevent people from going in to join in the fun. Only people who really need it will be willing to spend 100 gold taels as an entrance fee. That's true. Su Mo nodded. After entering the main door of the black market, there was a long and narrow passageway. At the end of the passageway, 4 young women dressed like servant girls stood on either side. In their hands, they each carried a stack of black robes. Guests, when entering the square of the black market, you need to wear the same black robes and hooded hoods to conceal your identity. Hearing this, Zhou Donghuang and Su Mo each took a black robe and put it on, covering themselves up so tightly that if they did not look closely, they would not even be able to see what the other party looked like. As they passed through the passageway, the view before them suddenly widened, and a square filled with people appeared before them. There were many people gathered in the square, and there were also many buildings and decorations around the square to confuse one's vision. As people passed through the square, if you were staring at a person one moment, you might not be able to see that person the next moment, unless you were closely following that person. However, in this black market, even people who came together had to separate after entering the square and were not allowed to travel together. As Zhou Donghuang and Su Mo walked out of the passageway, they saw a warning written in bright red on a conspicuous wall outside the passageway. Upon entering the square of the black market, no one is allowed to travel together, and violators will be killed without mercy. Now, in the square of the black market, there was not only a group of people in hooded black robes moving about alone, but there were also some people in casual clothes walking back and forth, their eyes vigilantly watching their surroundings. They were obviously the people who maintained order in the black market. Some of these people were middle-aged men, while others were elderly. Master, it is said that the people who maintain order in the black market of the Xinguang Empire are all, without exception, primal core adepts of the Xinguang sect. Of course, they are mostly early primal core adepts. Before they separated, Su Mo said to Zhou Donghuang, "Also, It is said that the person in charge of the black market is a silver essence adept of the Xinguang sect. A silver essence adept was also a late primal core adept. Zhou Donghuang nodded slightly and said, "Let's go." With that, Zhou Donghuang took the lead and headed in one direction of the black market square, weaving through the crowd and some of the buildings and decorations, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Now, even if Su Mo wanted to go in and look for Zhou Donghuang, he would not be able to find him. The hooded black robes issued by the black market were designed to be a little loose at the back, and it was impossible to recognize a person from the back, unless that person spoke and revealed their identity. However, in the black market, there were very few people who would speak first. Even if there were people who spoke, they would deliberately keep their voices down, for everyone was worried that their identity would be revealed and they would be killed. After all, the items that could be traded in the black market were all relatively valuable. Spirit stones. After Zhou Donghuang entered the black market square, he began to wander around, and at the same time, he saw a number of independent wooden huts. Some of the wooden huts had signs hanging on them, and on them were the contents of the trades made by the people inside the wooden huts. Half a horn of a connate stage, single-horned rhinoceros in exchange for a liter of blood from a connate stage scale demon. Zhou Donghuang walked past a wooden hut and saw the very conspicuous words written on the sign above the wooden hut. Half a horn of a connate stage, single-horned rhinoceros? The person inside must have brought a horn with him to trade, but after the trade is successful, he has to hand over the other half of the horn to the black market. Zhou Donghuang thought to himself, "Spirit stones?" As he passed by the second wooden hut, Zhou Donghuang stopped in his tracks. This was because someone in this wooden hut was using spirit stones to trade for something. One spirit stone in exchange for a pair of sharp claws of an ultimate connate stage flying demon. The higher the level of practice of a connate stage demon, the stronger its body would become. Weapons forged from the sharp claws of an ultimate connate stage flying demon would basically be invincible, unless it was forged by a primal core adept using the Samadhi fire. The spirit stones of the planet of Ziyun are worth so much. Just one spirit stone in exchange for a pair of sharp claws of an ultimate connate stage flying demon? As Zhou Donghuang thought to himself, he continued walking forward. On some of the planets that he had been to in his previous life, a pair of sharp claws of an ultimate connate stage flying demon could not be exchanged for without at least 5 inferior quality spirit stones. Of course, Zhou Donghuang knew that the person in the wooden hut had paid 2 spirit stones. However, one of the spirit stones had to be handed over to the black market after the trade was completed. But even so, he was still more aware of the rarity of spirit stones on the planet of Ziyun. This wooden hut, Zhou Donghuang passed by the third wooden hut, and on the sign outside was a line of words, "There is no one in the hut. Customers may remove the sign and enter to trade." Obviously, only the middleman of the black market was in this wooden hut. The fourth wooden hut did not have a sign outside. Someone is already trading inside. In the corner of the black market, there was a row of hundreds of wooden huts. Although many of them used spirit stones to trade, Zhou Donghuang did not have what they wanted. Let's go take a look somewhere else. Zhou Donghuang once again passed by a row of buildings and furnishings that obscured his vision, and he came to another corner of the black market square. There was also a row of wooden huts here. Now, there were many people dressed in black robes and hoodies like him walking in front of these wooden huts. Occasionally, someone would stop and look at the sign outside the wooden huts, but most people would just stop and take a look before continuing on their way. It was very rare to see someone remove the sign and enter the wooden hut. After passing by a few wooden huts, Zhou Donghuang stopped in front of a wooden hut. On the wooden hut in front of him, there was a sign that said, 100 spirit stones in exchange for perfecting the formula for the Qi gathering elixir that can increase the sensitivity to Qi by 12 times. The formula for the Qi gathering elixir is incomplete by nearly 30%. Those who are confident can remove the sign and enter. 100 spirit stones. This is really a big deal. Zhou Donghuang smiled calmly as he walked forward and removed the sign outside the wooden hut. Then, he pushed the door open and entered the wooden hut, closing the door behind him. Zhou Donghuang's actions attracted the attention of the few people who had just passed by the wooden hut. They all stopped in their tracks and looked at the wooden hut that Zhou Donghuang had just closed. Someone went in. That is the formula for the qi gathering elixir that can increase the sensitivity to qi by 12 times on the planet of Ziyun. Is there anyone who can complete it? On the planet of Ziyun, the best qi gathering elixir currently can only increase the sensitivity to qi by 10 times. 100 spirit stones is not so easy to earn. Chapter 161. But the person who initiated the transaction in this wooden hut is really generous. Just now, the sign said, 100 spirit stones in exchange for the method to complete the qi gathering core formula. Obviously, he intends to pay 200 spirit stones. In the Xinguang Empire, there are not many people who can fork out 200 spirit stones, right? The people who come to the black market in the capital of the Xinguang Empire are not necessarily from the Xinguang Empire. They could also be from other empires. They could not find anyone in the black markets of other empires to solve this problem, so they come to the black market of the Xinguang Empire. Indeed, to be able to fork out 200 spirit stones, even if he is an independent practitioner, he must be at least at the middle primal core stage. It would be difficult for an early primal core independent practitioner to get so many spirit stones, unless he is a core forging master of the early primal core stage. If he is not an independent practitioner, he must be from some great power on the planet of Ziyun. That power, even if it is not one of the 5 great sects or the royal families of the 5 great empires, must at least have many primal core adepts. After Zhou Donghuang entered the wooden hut, many people had gathered outside. As they discussed animatedly, they deliberately lowered their voices so that it was hard to hear. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang entered the wooden hut and immediately saw a man in a black robe and hood sitting at a wooden table. This man was of medium build, and although he was looking at Zhou Donghuang, the light in the wooden hut was dim, so Zhou Donghuang could not see his facial features clearly. Conversely, it was impossible for the other party to see his facial features clearly. On one side of the wooden table stood a middle-aged man in casual clothes. When he saw Zhou Donghuang enter, he hurriedly gestured for Zhou Donghuang to sit down. "Guest, please sit." Zhou Donghuang did not stand on ceremony and sat down directly at the wooden table, facing the person who had initiated the transaction. "Take out the core formula," Zhou Donghuang said lightly. He did not deliberately lower his voice, because even if he did, no one would be able to tell who he was from his voice. He was not from the Xinguang Empire. However, hearing Zhou Donghuang's voice, the man sitting opposite the wooden table hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sir, from your voice, you don't seem very old. Are you really confident?" His voice was old and hoarse, and it was obvious that he was deliberately lowering his voice. "Why? Are you afraid that I'm too young to complete the pill formula?" Zhou Donghuang smiled mockingly. "Sir, please don't blame me. I was just a little surprised to hear your voice." Sitting opposite Zhou Donghuang was a man in a hooded black robe. From his voice, it was obvious that he was an old man. When he spoke again, he also placed a piece of paper on the table. The old man's hands were not as old as his voice. They looked like the hands of a middle-aged man. Clearly, they were well-maintained. Zhou Donghuang picked up the piece of paper the old man had taken out and glanced at it. He shook his head and sneered. "You're really careful." What the old man took out was not the incomplete formula for the qi-gathering elixir, but a detailed list of the pharmacology related to the incomplete formula for the qi-gathering elixir. "As long as you can solve the problem above, the formula for the qi-gathering pill in my hands will naturally be complete," the old man said. "Are you confident?" asked the old man again. Zhou Donghuang did not respond to the old man. Instead, he casually picked up the pen on the side of the wooden table and pulled out a piece of paper from the stack beside the pen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the old man's gaze, Zhou Donghuang picked up the pen and quickly wrote on the paper. After a while, he stopped and handed the paper to the old man. When the old man finished reading the words on the paper, his eyes narrowed, and his expression was one of shock and disbelief. Of course, because the old man was wearing a hooded black robe and the light in the wooden hut was dim, no one could see his expression. But in the quiet wooden hut, the old man's heavy breathing could be heard clearly. "You, how did you get this formula?" After a while, the old man finally spoke, his voice trembling with shock. The words written on the piece of paper in his hands were the same formula that he had in his hands. The incomplete part was still incomplete. Everything else was exactly the same. It was as if the person in front of him had a formula that was exactly the same as the one he had in his hands. Since it's the chi-gathering elixir, of course it's the same. Seeing the incomplete part of your formula, it's not difficult to complete the rest of the formula. Zhou Donghuang said matter-of-factly. However, as Zhou Donghuang spoke, the other party fell into a dead silence for a short while, evidently frightened. Are you able to complete this formula?" When the old man spoke again, there was more respect in his tone. It was obvious that he did not dare to underestimate Zhou Donghuang just because he sounded young. Of course, as Zhou Donghuang spoke again, he took out another piece of paper from the pile beside the wooden table and wrote on it for a while, before throwing it to the old man like he was throwing rubbish. The old man received it like a treasure, carefully looking at the young man from the black market, who had intentionally turned his head away to avoid arousing suspicion. Then, he looked seriously at the words on the paper in his hands. The more he read, the more excited he became. Although his face could not be seen clearly, his trembling body could tell how excited he was. "How is it?" Zhou Donghuang asked casually. He was not worried that the old man would go back on his word. If the old man said that the formula he had completed was useless, the black market would naturally send a core forging master to verify it and ensure that the transaction was absolutely fair. "You are a genius." The old man carefully kept the paper in his pocket, and after much difficulty, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and sighed repeatedly. At the same time, he looked at the young man from the black market. "I am very satisfied with this transaction." As he spoke, he took out a parcel from within his black robe and opened it to reveal a pile of white jade stones. It was not difficult to recognize that these were inferior quality spirit stones. A total of 200 spirit stones. The old man piled the parcel in front of the young man from the black market as he spoke. The young man stepped forward and nodded after a moment. 200 spirit stones, not a bad amount. Then, he counted out 100 spirit stones and pushed them in front of Zhou Donghuang. "Guest, this is what you have obtained from this transaction." Zhou Donghuang did not speak again. He silently put the 100 spirit stones in his pocket, stood up, and turned to leave the wooden hut. "Are you from Xinguang Empire?" Just as Zhou Donghuang was about to leave, the old man's voice came from behind him. "No." As Zhou Donghuang spoke, he had already opened the door of the wooden hut and walked out. "He's out. He's out. Do you think this transaction is completed? Do you still need to ask?" "Definitely not." Seeing that Zhou Donghuang had come out so quickly, the few people outside the wooden hut who had not left in time began to discuss in hushed voices. From their words, it was obvious that they did not think that Zhou Donghuang would be able to successfully complete this transaction. However, when they realized that after Zhou Donghuang's figure had disappeared, another black figure walked out from inside, they could not help but be stunned. This is the transaction completed? Not necessarily. Perhaps the person who initiated the transaction is preparing to leave and does not intend to continue waiting for others to complete the transaction. I don't know if the person who came out first was the person who went in later to complete the transaction, or if the person who came out later was the person who went in later to complete the transaction. As the few people discussed animatedly, Zhou Donghuang had already passed by several deceptive buildings and decorations. It was not that he wanted to conceal himself by passing by these buildings and decorations, but that he had to pass by these buildings and decorations on his way. And this was also the intention of the black market. The goal was to allow the people inside to easily conceal themselves so that they could not be located. After walking through the other two corners of the black market square, Zhou Donghuang prepared to leave because he basically did not have the things that those people had used spirit stones to exchange for. But there were some people who had used spirit stones to exchange for elixir formulas, and Zhou Donghuang had those elixir formulas. But the value of those elixir formulas was not something that could be exchanged with spirit stones. Naturally, Zhou Donghuang would not allow himself to be taken advantage of. 100 spirit stones should be enough for now. With this thought, Zhou Donghuang left the black market square and walked into one of the passageways at the exit. He took off the black robe and hat he was wearing and handed it to the servant girl who was guarding there, then strode out. No one knew that when this youth, dressed in robes whiter than snow, left, he had 100 spirit stones in his pocket. When he returned to the inn, Zhou Donghuang found that Su Mo had already returned. "Master, did you find anything?" asked Su Mo, who was waiting in the courtyard. "Let's talk inside." Zhou Donghuang strode into his room, and Su Mo followed closely behind. This guest courtyard, besides a spacious courtyard, had two other rooms. Big Gold rested in the courtyard, while Zhou Donghuang and Su Mo each had a room. Now, Zhou Donghuang entered his own room. As Su Mo closed the door, Zhou Donghuang unhurriedly took out the 100 spirit stones from his pocket and placed them on the table in front of the bed. This, although it was the first time that Su Mo had seen spirit stones, it did not affect his ability to recognize them. "Master, how did you do it?" Sumo's expression was one of shock as he asked incredulously. "I helped someone complete an elixir formula." Zhou Donghuang's expression was calm, and there was no change in his tone, as if he was describing an insignificant matter. "That elixir formula must not be simple, right? Otherwise, the other party would not have taken out 200 spirit stones." Sumo's eyes were filled with curiosity. "A formula for a qi-gathering elixir that increases the sensitivity to qi by 12 times. Zhou Donghuang said. Hiss! Just as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, Su Mo could not help but gasp. He shook his head and said, "Master, you are at a disadvantage. A formula for a qi-gathering elixir that increases the sensitivity to qi by 12 times, as long as the price is right. Once it is distributed, it will be enough to monopolize the entire qi-gathering elixir market on the planet of Ziyun. So far, the best qi-gathering elixir on the market of the planet of Ziyun can only increase the sensitivity to qi by 10 times. Chapter 162. A qi-gathering core that increases the sensitivity to qi by 12 times and monopolizes the qi-gathering core market on the planet of Ziyun. Hearing Sumo's words, Zhou Donghuang did not comment. When he had completed the formula for the qi-gathering core, he had specially marked out some of the herbs that were of high value for the other party. Although there were many cheap herbs that could replace those precious herbs, he still had a trick up his sleeve. Now, not only could he produce a better formula for the qi-gathering core, but he could also save more than half the cost of the same formula in his hands. Unless he had his permission, the other party would not be able to use the formula to produce the qi-gathering core to monopolize the market on the planet of Ziyun. Furthermore, even without his permission, the cost of producing the qi-gathering core with the formula would be very high, and there was basically no possibility of monopolizing the market on the planet of Ziyun. Currently, on the planet of Ziyun, the best qi-gathering core that can increase the sensitivity to qi by 10 times. How much does one cost? Zhou Donghuang asked Su Mo. Because of what Su Mo had just said, Zhou Donghuang had a flash of inspiration, and he had thought of a way to earn large amounts of spirit stones. Half an hour later, Su Mo left with the core formula that Zhou Donghuang had written for him, and went alone to the black market. In the black market, it was usually the party who initiated the transaction who paid the commission to the black market. However, there was one circumstance in which the party who initiated the transaction did not have to pay. That was when the party who initiated the transaction made it clear that he would not bear the commission of the black market. Under such circumstances, as long as the item he offered was sufficiently tempting, the person who wanted to trade with him was often willing to bear the commission of the black market. In just half a day, a shocking piece of news spread from the black market and exploded in the upper circles of the Donghuang Empire, shaking the entire upper circles. The formula for a qi gathering core that increases the sensitivity to qi by 10 times and the cost of the herbs to produce a furnace of qi gathering core does not exceed 1 tael of gold. Is that true? The news came from the black market, and now that person is still in the black market waiting for people to go over to trade. Since he's gone to the black market, I don't think he is joking. As far as I know, a qi gathering core on the market that increases the sensitivity to qi by 10 times costs 1 tael of gold, right? A cauldron of qi amassing pills should have at least 5 completed pills, right? I've heard from an alchemist that in their circle of alchemists, the qi amassing pill, which can increase the sensitivity to qi by 10 times, costs around 3 taels of gold. That is to say, no matter who obtains the formula sold by this person in the black market, that person and that person's power will monopolize the entire qi-gathering pill market on the planet of Xian. The top powers of the Donghuang Empire sent people to the black market, even if some of them could not afford to purchase the formula for the qi-gathering core. Right now, the person in the black market was selling the qi condensation pill formula, asking for 1,000 spirit stones, and the buyer would bear the black market's processing fees. In other words, no matter who it was, anyone who wanted to buy the formula for the qi-gathering pill would have to pay 2,000 spirit stones. Apart from the Donghuang sect, which backed the Donghuang Empire, there were only a handful of powers in the region surrounding the Donghuang Empire that could fork out 2,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, these powers were all closely related to the Divine Light sect. In the black market, the cost of refining the qi condensation pill, which could increase the sensitivity to qi by 10 times, did not exceed 1 tael of gold. Once the formula appeared, even the person in charge of the black market was alarmed. The person in charge of the black market was the third elder of the Divine Light sect, a late primal core adept, and a strong, bald old man. The old man had 9 scars on his head and wore a silver cassock. He was an old monk. The old monk sat cross-legged in the air above the bed, his body surrounded by a faint silver glow. Anyone with a keen eye could tell that he was a late primal core adept, a silver essence adept. Third elder, should we? At that moment, in a spacious room in the black market, a middle-aged man looked at the old man sitting cross-legged in the air above the bed. His hand was like a knife as he pressed it against his neck. The other party has taken out such a formula, obviously intending to sell it to the Divine Light sect. The old man's eyes flashed with wisdom as he said lightly, "If we kill him, even if we obtain the formula, the reputation of the Divine Light sect will be tarnished. Furthermore, the 4 main sects will definitely cause trouble. When that time comes, it will not be as simple as paying 1,000 spirit stones." The black market had its rules. If any of the 5 main sects dared to steal what they were guarding and break the rules, they would be punished with a fine of 4,000 spirit stones. That's true. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Go through the proper procedures, take out 1,000 spirit stones from the black market's warehouse, and give it to that person in exchange for the formula in his hands. If the spirit stones in the warehouse are less than 1,000 times the amount, come find me, and I will pay for the sect first. The old man continued. I remember that the core forging master who recently came from the sect to be on duty at the black market was Alchemist Su. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Alchemist Su's skill in alchemy is second to none in the entire Xian planet. With him following you, he will be able to tell the authenticity of the formula at a glance. As he finished speaking, the old man waved his hand casually, indicating for the middle-aged man to leave. Go. I will take my leave. The middle-aged man respectfully retreated. In a wooden hut in the corner of the square of the black market, Su Mo, who was shrouded in a hooded black robe, was still very unsettled, even though he had already waited for a few hours. Master, what kind of person is he? How can he even produce such a formula? Now, Su Mo felt that his master was becoming more and more unfathomable. Although he was young, his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life from time to time, and his shrewdness in dealing with people, as well as his abilities in medicine and alchemy, were clearly far superior to any medicine master or core forging master on the planet of Ziyun. Sometimes, he even wondered, was his master some kind of old monster who had been reincarnated with his memories? Otherwise, there was no way to explain his unfathomable abilities. In the entire Xinguang Empire, I'm afraid only the Xinguang sect would buy such a formula. Even if other powers bought it, it would eventually be snatched away by the Xinguang sect. Su Mo was very clear on this point. Therefore, when an elder of the black market appeared with an elderly core forging master, Su Mo was not at all surprised. Here are 1,000 spirit stones. The elder of the black market was the middle-aged man who had previously gone to find the person in charge of the black market, the third elder of the Xinguang sect. He casually placed a wooden box filled with spirit stones in front of Su Mo. I need a space ring, Su Mo said casually. Su Mo said indifferently, otherwise, when I leave the black market with this box, everyone will know that I'm the one who sold the pill formulas. A space ring looked like an ordinary ring, but it was a magical ring that could hold things. It was made by combining a space stone with a special method of forging weapons. Primal core adepts, as long as they knew how to make a space ring and had a space stone in their hands, could make a space ring. The higher the quality of the space stone, the larger the storage space of the space ring that was made. On the planet of Ziyun, a space stone that could be made into a space ring was even more precious than a spirit stone, because space stones were even rarer and rarer than spirit stones. On the planet of Ziyun, even the worst space ring is worth more than 1,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed coldly, and he said in a low voice, "You don't push your luck. This business, the Xinguang sect will handle it yourself, and I'm sure you won't have to pay an additional 1,000 spirit stones as a processing fee. I want a space ring. That shouldn't be too much, right?" Although Su Mo's tone remained calm, his heart was in his throat, because he knew that the elder of the black market before him was at least an early primal core adept, and possibly even a mid-primal core adept. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Umph. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and with a flip of his hand, a simple and unadorned stone ring appeared out of thin air, and he placed it on the table. On his right hand, there was a ring that was almost identical to the one he wore on his middle finger. Obviously, he had a space ring of his own. "Thank you, Elder." Seeing this, Su Mo smiled and thanked him. "Don't be too happy yet. If there's a problem with the formula, this space ring and these 1,000 spirit stones will not be yours to take." The middle-aged man said in a low voice. "Of course." As Su Mo responded, he took out the formula from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Alchemist Su." At the same time, the middle-aged man stepped aside and respectfully invited the skinny old man in gray to the table. "Alchemist Su?" Su Mo asked hoarsely. "Alchemist Su Fu of your sect?" Su Fu, one of the alchemists of the Xinguang sect, was also a mid-primal core adept. But the reason why Su Mo had lost his composure was because Su Fu was known as the top alchemist of the planet of Ziyun. It was said that Su Fu was not a native of the planet of Ziyun, but had come from a planet with a divine transformation adept. In order to escape the pursuit of his enemies, he had come to the planet of Ziyun to live in seclusion. The divine transformation adept was a stage above the Dharma Laws stage. Even the Tianxian planet, where Luo Qinghan was from, had not produced an adept of the divine transformation stage for more than 1,000 years. "That is me." As the old man responded, he picked up the formula and looked at it. At first, his expression was normal, but as he read, his face flushed red with excitement. "Alchemist Su, is there a problem with this formula?" The middle-aged man asked. "No problem." The old man shook his head, unable to conceal the excitement in his voice. "Even the top sects in my hometown, which have soul formation experts and monopolize the entire planet's chi-gathering pill recipes, can't compare to this kind of chi-gathering pill recipe. It is the same chi-gathering elixir that increases the sensitivity to chi by 10 times, but the cost of refining a batch of chi-gathering elixirs is more than double the cost of this formula." 1,000 inferior quality spirit stones, and an inferior quality space ring for this formula. It is worth it. Absolutely worth it. Chapter 163. The formula for the Qi Gathering Core that Su Mo had produced had gained the approval of Ziyun's top core forging master, Su Fu. He kept the 1,000 spirit stones in his space ring and brought them out of the black market. Of course, to be on the safe side, Su Mo did not leave the black market immediately after he got the item. Instead, he wandered around the black market plaza for 4 hours before leaving the black market. This was also to avoid being targeted by others. Many people thought that he would leave the black market as soon as he completed the transaction. However, he did the exact opposite and stayed in the black market for another 4 hours. He only left the black market in the wee hours of the next day and returned to the inn. However, what Suemo did not expect was, even so, he had still been targeted. 17th Elder. In a brightly lit room in the black market, an old man reported respectfully to a middle-aged man. From the time you asked me to investigate last night, I have carefully investigated all the people who entered and left the black market yesterday. Among them, there are a total of 52 unfamiliar faces. The people on duty at the various gates of the black market all said that they had no impression of these people. These people could be coming to the black market for the first time. Of course, there could also be some who have not been here for a long time. The portraits of the 52 people are all here. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he took a few steps forward and handed a large stack of portraits to the middle-aged man. If Suemo were here, he would definitely recognize him immediately. This middle-aged man was the elder from the black market who had made the transaction with him last night. And this elder was also the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, a mid-primal core adept. Yesterday, the person in charge of the black market, the third elder of the Divine Light sect, had spoken. Although he did not allow Lu Xuanyu to destroy the reputation of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu did not give up. He intended to start with the people who had entered and left the black market yesterday, mainly looking for unfamiliar faces. He felt that those who could produce the formula for the Qi Gathering Core could not be people who frequented the black market. They were most likely unfamiliar faces. 52 people. Now, Lu Xuanyu had a total of 52 portraits in his hands. There were old men, old women, middle-aged women, young men, young women, and a few young girls. Wow, wow, wow. Of the 52 portraits that Lu Xuanyu had flipped through, the portraits of Zhou Donghuang and Suemo were among them. Go and investigate these people. At the same time, investigate the people who left the black market in the past few days and compare them with the people who came in yesterday. At this point, Lu Xuanyu's eyes flashed with wisdom. I'm worried that he'll stay in the black market for a few days before leaving. Those who left before the time I completed the deal with him last night can be eliminated. This way, it will be much easier to investigate. After saying that, Lu Xuanyu added another sentence. Go ahead. Remember to keep me updated on your progress. Lu Xuanyu looked deeply at the old man in front of him. If I can recover the 1,000 spirit stones and the spatial ring, I will give you 100 spirit stones. Thank you, 17th Elder. The old man thanked him profusely. When he turned around and left, his gait was as if there was wind behind him. 100 spirit stones. Even though he was an early primal core adept of the Divine Light sect, he could only receive 1 spirit stone every month. It would take him 8 or 9 years to accumulate 100 spirit stones. After the old man left, Lu Xuanyu's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself, if it were just a few dozen or 100 spirit stones, I would not have bothered to spend so much effort to investigate you. But 1,000 spirit stones and a spatial ring, you are worthy of me investigating with great fanfare. Lu Xuanyu was investigating the person who had sold the Qi-gathering elixir to the Divine Light sect, not on behalf of the black market, but on behalf of the Divine Light sect. He was investigating for himself. After the investigation, he was prepared to take action himself and snatch the spirit stones and spatial ring from the other party. At that time, the spirit stones, and spatial ring would all be his. Although Lu Xuanyu was the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect and had attained the mid-primal core stage, every month, the Divine Light sect only gave him 3 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones and a spatial ring worth more than 1,000 spirit stones were already worth his effort. In an inn in the capital of the Xinguang Empire, Su Imo immediately went to the youth's room after he returned and knocked on the door. "Master, the 1,000 spirit stones are in this spatial ring." After the youth opened the door, Su Imo handed the spatial ring in his hand to the youth. He looked at the youth with even more respect than before. The core forging master of the Divine Light sect, Su Fu, was the best core forging master on the planet of Ziyun, and he had come from a planet with a primordial soul adept. However, Su Fu said the formula for the chi-gathering elixir that his master had taken out was not even comparable to that of the planet with a primordial soul adept. What did this mean? It meant that the level of his young master's alchemy skills could very well be above the level of alchemy on that planet. I, Su Fu, am recognized as the best core forging master on the planet of Ziyun, but my level of alchemy is not even worth mentioning when placed on the planet where I came from. Even if I were in the top 10,000, I might not even make it. These were the exact words that Su Fu had said to the elder of the Black Mayor in front of Su Imo. And because of this, Su Imo increasingly felt that his master was not simple. If he followed him all the way, there was a chance that he might one day enter the Dharma stage, or even the primordial soul stage. As for the primal core stage, to him now, there was no longer any suspense. Only 1 square foot. Zhou Donghuang took the space ring and infused his qi into it. An image appeared in his mind, and in the image was a narrow space of 1 square foot. 1,000 spirit stones almost filled up this narrow space. The size of the space inside a space ring was divided into different grades. An inferior grade space ring referred to a space ring with a space of less than 3 square feet. The smallest space ring would not be smaller than 1 square foot. The space ring in Zhou Donghuang's hand had a space of 1 square foot. It could be said to be a defective inferior grade space ring. I'll use it first when I enter the primal core stage. I'll use the samadhi fire to refine it again and increase the space to 2 square feet. Zhou Donghuang thought to himself. With Zhou Donghuang's skills, he could maximize the use of a space stone to make a space ring. Although the quality of the space stone used to make the space ring in his hand was very poor, he could still use it to make a space ring with a space of 2 square feet. Here are 100 spirit stones. Take them and practice. Zhou Donghuang took out 100 spirit stones and handed them to Su Imo in the next period of time. I intend to practice in seclusion. If you want to use these spirit stones to enter the primal core stage in half a year, in this period of time, if you have nothing else to do, you'd better practice in seclusion with me in Big Gold. As he spoke, Zhou Donghuang reminded Su Imo before turning to return to his room. Bang! It was only when the young man closed the door behind him that Su Imo came to his senses. Looking at the 100 spirit stones in his hands, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Master just said, I can enter the primal core stage in half a year? Really? Because this was too shocking. Even Su Imo could not believe it. But, in the end, he still chose to believe his master. In the room, Zhou Donghuang sat cross-legged on the bed. On the bed around him, 1,000 spirit stones were arranged in a complicated pattern. At first glance, these spirit stones seemed to be placed there casually. But if one looked closely, one could faintly see that the arrangement of these spirit stones was obviously profound and not random. I never thought that I would be able to obtain 1,000 inferior quality spirit stones in such a short period of time. With these 1,000 inferior quality spirit stones, I should be able to set up a small energy-gathering formation. As Zhou Donghuang placed his hand on one of the spirit stones in front of him, the 1,000 spirit stones in his body suddenly lit up. In the next moment, 1,000 rays of white light shot out from the 1,000 spirit stones, intertwining and finally forming a bell-shaped light shield that enveloped Zhou Donghuang within. With this energy-gathering formation, the power of the Buddhist essence, the Khanate elixir, with the Lord of the Four Supremes, I will definitely enter the primal core stage in half a year, if all goes well. With this thought, Zhou Donghuang closed his eyes and began a practice. At the same time, he could clearly see that the spirit energy in the air was being absorbed by the energy-gathering formation at an extremely fast speed, forming a clearly visible whirlpool of white mist at the top of the formation. After the spirit energy was absorbed by the energy-gathering formation, it all flowed into Zhou Donghuang's body, following the route of the Lord of the Four Supremes to circulate round after round, finally transforming into qi that belonged entirely to him. The energy-gathering formation was a type of formation that gathered spirit energy, and it could absorb the spirit energy in the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. Practicing in the energy-gathering formation allowed one to advance by leaps and bounds. Zhou Donghuang was now only a Khanate stage adept, and even a small energy-gathering formation was enough to allow his level of practice to advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, as he practiced, Zhou Donghuang did not forget to take care of Su Mo and the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold. The power of the Buddhist essence extended from time to time, enveloping their bodies. 17th Elder, we can basically confirm that the person who sold the formula for the Qi-gathering core to us was that middle-aged man of unknown origin. A month later, the 17th Elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, was in his room in the black market as the old man reported to him. Nothing can be found out, Lu Xuanyu asked with a slight frown. Those who could not be found out were either people who had hidden themselves from the world from a small place, or people with a powerful background that could not be found out. As this concerned the spirit stones and space rings from the black market, he had to be careful. So far, we can only find out that he and the young man beside him rode the early Khanate stage demon, the golden-crowned eagle, to the capital. The old man said, and when they entered the city, the middle-aged man killed the 8th elder of the Yang family, Yang Wei. The Yang family is still investigating the murderer. Chapter 164. Killed the 8th elder of the Yang family? Lu Xuanyu raised an eyebrow. How did the conflict start? It is said that the middle-aged man saw a primal core adept flying into the city and exclaimed in surprise. Then the 8th elder of the Yang family, Yang Wei, mocked him for being from the countryside and lacking in experience. And then a conflict broke out. The old man recounted the results of his investigation. Yang Wei attacked first. However, he was only a mid-Khanate adept, while the middle-aged man was a late Khanate adept. He injured Yang Wei in the air, and Yang Wei fell to his death, saw a primal core adept, and cried out in surprise. Lu Xuanyu's eyes lit up. From this, we can see that the middle-aged man rarely sees primal core adepts. This eliminates the possibility that he has an extraordinary background. We can't find out his background because he is a recluse from some small place. Lu Xuanyu looked at the old man with a greedy gleam in his eyes. That person, where is he now? Yin Taiyin. The old man smiled bitterly. Yin Taiyin? Lu Xuanyu frowned. He is actually staying in an inn under the name of the 6th elder. The 6th elder that Lu Xuanyu spoke of was the 6th elder of the Xinguang sect. Some of the elders of the Xinguang sect had properties in the capital of the Xinguang Empire. For example, the 6th elder of the Xinguang sect had opened an inn in the capital of the Xinguang Empire. That inn was called Yin Taiyin. It was located in the most prosperous area of the capital of the Xinguang Empire and was one of the best inns in the capital. It is precisely because he is staying in the 6th elder's inn and has not left for almost a month that things are a little tricky. Even if he has no background and is only average in ability, we cannot barge into Yuntai and steal his spirit stones and space ring. The old man smiled bitterly. Otherwise, the 6th elder will definitely receive the news and even know the inside story. Once the matter is exposed, I'm afraid the sect will not let you off lightly. We can only wait for them to come out. Lu Xuanyu spoke with a dark expression. What the old man had said was exactly what he was afraid of. If it had been an ordinary elder of the Divine Light sect, he could have chosen to work with him and split the spoils after stealing the middle-aged man's spirit stones and space ring. However, the sixth elder belonged to a different camp within the Divine Light sect. He could not wait to get hold of Zhou Donghuang's weakness, so how could he possibly cooperate with him? I see. Lu Xuanyu looked at the old man and said, "Find someone to go to the Yang family and tell them that the person who killed their eighth elder is staying in the Yuntai Inn. Let's see if they have a way to lure that middle-aged man out of the cloud platform in. If they can't, then we can only wait." Lu Xuanyu said, "I'll go find someone to go to the Yang family." The old man acknowledged and retreated. When the old man sent people to the Yang family and informed them that the person who killed the Yang family's eighth elder, Yang Wei, was staying at the Grand Cloud Inn, although the Yang family could not wait to seek revenge, they did not dare to act rashly. The Yuntai Inn's background was directly connected to the Divine Light sect, and it was the property of the sixth elder of the Divine Light sect, a late primal core adept. It was not something that the Yang family could afford to offend. Send an invitation to that person. Tell him that the Yang family is hosting a banquet at the Soaring Dragon restaurant tomorrow. If he gives us face, we will only let him pay with his life for the eighth elder's death. If he does not give us face, the young man beside him must pay with his life as well. The Yang family chief ordered someone to send an invitation to the Grand Cloud Inn. However, when the invitation was sent out, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean with no response. "Chief, according to the people at the inn, that person and the young man beside him have not left the guest room for more than a month. However, we can be sure that they are still inside. They are suspected to be practicing in seclusion." Very quickly, the Yang family chief heard this news from the Yang family disciples who had gone to the Grand Cloud Inn to ask around, and he could only order people to take turns watching the main door of the Grand Cloud Inn. As soon as that person or the young man beside him went out, they were to report to the Yang family immediately. Of course, while the Yang family was watching the main door of the Grand Cloud Inn, the men under the Old Man of the Black City and the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, were also watching in shifts. The Yang family wanted to avenge the 8th elder of the Yang family. Lu Xuanyu, on the other hand, wanted to snatch the spirit stones and space rings from the target. Practice knew no time. In the blink of an eye, a full 7 months had passed since Zhou Donghuang had used 1,000 spirit stones to set up the energy-gathering formation. At this time, the Ziyun era had entered the end of the year 1230. Winter had arrived, and the surrounding areas of the Xinguang Empire were covered in white snow, as if everything had been draped in a layer of silver. Master really did not lie to me. In just over half a year, I, Su Imo, have attained the primal core stage. In one of the rooms in a spacious courtyard of the Yuntai Inn, the elegant middle-aged man who had been sitting cross-legged and cultivating with his eyes closed suddenly, opened his eyes. In the next moment, faint white halos surrounded his body, lifting him up into the air in a wobbly manner. I had thought that I would need at least 10 more years to break through. I did not expect to break through so quickly. Now, the elegant middle-aged man flying unsteadily in the air was none other than the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Su Imo. In the short span of half a year, Su Imo had first attained the ultimate Khanate stage in the previous month, and then successfully attained the primal core stage in the following 6 months. At this moment, the chi in his dantian had been completely compressed into a white primal core, and the chi had completely transformed into inner yuan. The dantian was formed in the body of a chi-gathering adept after attaining the Khanate stage, and the chi of a Khanate stage adept was stored in the dantian. And when a Khanate stage adept attained the primal core stage, not only would the chi in the dantian be compressed into a primal core, but the dantian and the meridians of the body would also undergo a transformation and become more resilient. Otherwise, there would be no way to withstand the impact of the inner yuan. If one were to say that the biggest difference between a Khanate stage adept and a chi-gathering adept was whether chi could be released, then the biggest difference between a primal core adept and a Khanate stage adept was the complete transformation of power. The transformation of chi into inner yuan was a qualitative change. The difference was so great that it could not be mentioned in the same breath. A Khanate stage adept, even an ultimate Khanate stage adept, still had the body of a mortal, and if they fell from the sky, they would die without a doubt. However, a primal core adept was completely different. A primal core adept could use his physical body to fly, and adepts who were above the primal core stage were known as demigods. This showed the huge difference between a Khanate stage adept and a primal core adept. I wonder if Master has also broken through? In a moment, after familiarizing himself with the transformation of the chi in his body, Su-Imo slowly descended from the sky, pushed open the door, and walked out. And at the same time, Su-Imo pushed open the door. The door of a room next door was also pushed open at the right time. A handsome young man in white with a cold temperament slowly walked out from inside. Master. After Su-Imo respectfully bowed, he seriously sized up the young man dressed in snow-white robes before him. After half a year, the childishness on his master's face had completely faded. He looked a lot more mature and had become even more unfathomable. Has he broken through? The young man in white was Zhou Donghuang. It was now December 27th, 1230 of the Ziyun era, and in a few days he would be 20 years old. The childish look on Zhou Donghuang's face had faded, and he looked much more mature. Thank you, Master. Without any warning, Su-Imo immediately knelt on the ground and thanked the young man before him. In the past half a year, when Su-Imo practiced, it was not difficult to discover. The reason his cultivation progressed so quickly wasn't just because he had the help of the spirit stones, but more importantly, it was because the golden light that enveloped him was more than 10 times stronger than before. Because of this, his level of practice was advancing at a godly pace. And the reason why Zhou Donghuang did not continue to hide anything from Su-Imo and increase the power of the Buddha's essence to the maximum was also because, half a year ago, the matter of Su-Imo bringing back 1,000 spirit stones had gained his further recognition. Rise! As Zhou Donghuang spoke, he had already walked to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. After a while, I plan to return to the 16 countries of the East Valley. Yes, Master. Su-Imo stood up and stood respectfully behind the young man. At the same time, he could not help but ask curiously, Master, have you entered the primal core stage? In response to Sumo's question, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, but also no. And naturally, Su-Imo was stunned by Zhou Donghuang's words. In fact, 2 months ago, Zhou Donghuang had already successfully condensed all the chi in his body into a primal core, and he now had the power of an early primal core adept. However, when he continued to practice, he had no way of improving that primal core. He could only continue to absorb the spirit energy into his body and turn it into chi, and then embark on the path of condensing a second primal core. In the past 2 months, he had spent a lot of effort and finally condensed a second primal core. The reason for this was entirely because of the technique that Zhou Donghuang practiced, the Lord of the Four Supremes. For ordinary people, condensing one primal core was considered to have entered the primal core stage. However, for adepts who practiced the Lord of the Four Supremes, condensing 4 primal cores was considered to have truly entered the primal core stage. Now, Zhou Donghuang had only condensed 2 primal cores in his dantian, and he was still halfway to the primal core stage required by the Lord of the Four Supremes. He needed to condense another 2 primal cores to have 4 primal cores, and only then would he be considered to have truly entered the primal core stage required by the Lord of the Four Supremes. Originally, Zhou Donghuang had wanted to strike while the iron was hot and continue to condense a 3rd primal core. However, after practicing for a few days, he realized the 1,000 spirit stones that he had used to set up the energy-gathering spell had been completely used up. Chapter 165. The power in the Buddhist essence can only help me condense 1 more primal core before it will be completely used up. That is to say, even if I get another 1,000 spirit stones and set up a chi gathering formation, I can only condense another primal core in 2 months. Zhou Donghuang was very clear about his current training situation. The Qi gathering formation set up with the spirit stones was only part of the reason why his training speed was so fast. The assistance of the Buddhist essence was also very important, and even more important than the spirit stones. Without the help of the Buddhist essence, even if he had another 1,000 spirit stones, he would need at least a few more months to condense another primal core. Come out with me for a walk. Zhou Donghuang stood up and said to Su Mo. Now, Zhou Donghuang had the idea of leaving Yuntai Inn and going out for a walk. First, he had not had a good time in the more than half a year since he had arrived in the Xinguang Empire, and he simply wanted to go out for a walk. Second, he planned to go to the medicine shops in the capital of the Xinguang Empire to buy some medicinal herbs. Although he was not yet a primal core adept recognized by the Lord of the Four Supremes, the two primal cores in his body could already produce essential core and even condense the samadhi fire. He could already start his alchemy. From today onwards, you will no longer be able to rely on my Buddhist essence to train. The help that the Buddhist essence can give you is limited to the early primal core stage. In the future, your training will mainly depend on your own talent, core drugs, and spirit stones. As they left the courtyard, Zhou Donghuang spoke to Su Mo, who was following behind him. Buddhist essence. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Su Mo was stunned. Master, what you mean is that the golden light that enveloped me and extended a power to aid my training originated from your Buddhist essence. You are a Buddhist adept? As he spoke, Su Mo shook his head. That's not right. In the past, before Master attained the primal core stage, you already had that Buddhist essence. That Buddhist essence was left behind by the Dharma adept of the Xinguang sect, and I obtained it by accident. Zhou Donghuang said. What? Su Mo was shocked. He had never imagined that the Buddhist essence that the people of Ziyun had been searching for would actually be obtained by his master. Furthermore, with the help of that Buddhist essence, he himself had entered the primal core stage in a short period of time. Master, if that's the case, you received the legacy of that Dharma adept from the Divine Light sect? Su Mo asked curiously. Other than the Buddhist Saraira, he didn't leave anything behind. Zhou Donghuang said lightly. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang and Su Mo both walked out of the main entrance of the Yuntai Inn. After half a year, there were still people from the Yang family and the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu's men, hidden outside the main entrance of Yuntai Inn, watching the people leaving the inn. As soon as the two of them came out, they were discovered. The target has appeared. The target has appeared. It's them. They're finally out. One of the men from the Yang family and Lu Xuanyu's men was left behind to follow Zhou Donghuang and Lu Xuanyu, while the rest quickly returned to the Yang family and the black market to report. Master, someone is following us. Not long after they left the Yuntai Inn, Su Mo, who was following closely behind Zhou Donghuang, discovered the people following them. Now that Su Mo had entered the primal core stage and become a primal core adept, his soul senses had also undergone a qualitative transformation, and it was not difficult to discover the two men who were sneakily following them. I discovered them just as we left the inn. Zhou Donghuang said casually. Do you need to settle this? Su Mo's eyes flashed with a cold light. As you wish, Zhou Donghuang said casually. As Zhou Donghuang's voice fell, Su Mo stopped in his tracks and turned to walk towards the two men following them. The two men, seeing that they'd been exposed, naturally prepared to retreat. However, although they were fast, Su Mo's speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had already captured them one after another and dragged them to a secluded alley. With a cold look in his eyes, he asked, Why are you following us? Who sent you? After obtaining the answer, Su Mo casually killed the two men, then once again caught up with the young man who had walked a distance away. Master, we have been exposed, Su Mo said gravely to Zhou Donghuang. Those two men are not from the same gang. One of them is from the Yang family. Half a year ago, when we entered the capital of the Xinguang Empire, the man whom I injured and then killed was the 8th elder of the Yang family. The Yang family somehow found out about our whereabouts, so they have been watching us since half a year ago. However, the strongest person in the Yang family is only an ultimate Khanate stage adept, so there is nothing to worry about. At this point, Suemo paused before continuing with a fearful look in his eyes. And the other person was sent by the elder of the black market and the 17th elder of the divine light sect, Lu Xuanyu. That Lu Xuanyu hid it from the black market and the divine light sect, and wanted to steal the 1,000 spirit stones and space ring that I had exchanged for half a year ago. I really did not expect that he would actually be able to trace it back to me. As he spoke, Sumo's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He is the elder of the black market. As long as he has the heart to investigate you, it will not be difficult to find you. Zhou Donghuang was not at all surprised by this. The black market will not break the rules for 1,000 spirit stones and a space ring. After all, once the news spreads, the other 4 sects will definitely not let go of this opportunity to blackmail the divine light sect. On one side is the things that you have obtained. On the other side is the 4,000 spirit stones. The person in charge of the black market will definitely know what to do and will not take the risk. Zhou Donghuang's judgment was basically in line with what Suemo had asked. Master, although this matter does not involve the black market or the divine light sect, that elder of the black market, the 17th elder of the divine light sect, Lu Xuanyu, is also not an ordinary person. He is a mid-primal core adept. Suemo said gravely. Even if you and I are now in the early primal core stage, even if we join forces, we are still no match for him. I just asked the people that Lu Xuanyu sent, that Lu Xuanyu did not dare to enter the Yuntai Inn to attack me, because the inn is under the name of the 6th elder of the divine light sect. As the 17th elder of the divine light sect, Lu Xuanyu and the 6th elder of the divine light sect belong to different camps, so he did not dare to act rashly. Master, why don't we return to the Yuntai and hide for a while? When you reach the mid-primal core stage, we will come out again. The threat came from a mid-primal core adept, and Suemo could not help but be wary. There is no need for that. In contrast to Sumo's fear, Zhou Donghuang appeared calm. A mere mid-primal core adept, if he insists on seeking death, I do not mind sending him on his way. As he said this, a cold light flashed in Zhou Donghuang's eyes, ready to devour someone. When Zhou Donghuang's words reached Sumo's ears, Suemo was naturally shocked. However, Suemo did not doubt his master's words, and his expression returned to normal, no longer fearful of the 17th elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Lu Xuanyu. Of course, the shock in his heart was like a raging wave. In just half a year, his master was not even afraid of a mid-primal core adept. It must be known that, to a primal core adept, the sword sphere in his master's hand no longer posed any threat. This meant that his master had other trump cards up his sleeve. Is master planning to buy medicine? As they walked, Suemo noticed that his master ignored all the other shops and finally walked into a medicine shop. It was not difficult to guess that his master wanted to buy medicine, either to prepare medicine or to refine elixirs. Primal core adepts could use their inner yuan to condense the samadhi fire to refine elixirs. If it was an ordinary person who had just entered the primal core stage, he did not think that the other party would have the ability to refine elixirs. After all, refining elixirs was a technical skill that required a long period of learning and accumulation. However, his master could even produce the formula for the chi-gathering elixir from half a year ago, so even if he could directly refine elixirs after entering the primal core stage, Suemo would not be surprised. Do you have any cauldrons that a core forging master needs to refine elixirs? After buying a large pile of herbs, Zhou Donghuang asked the shopkeeper of the medicine shop directly. Sir, within the capital, there are not many medicine shops that sell cauldrons. If you want a cauldron, you can look for it in the weapons shops. As long as they are presentable weapons shops, they basically have cauldrons for sale. The shopkeeper said. Zhou Donghuang nodded. As Suemo handed the stack of gold notes to the shopkeeper, he could not calm down for a long time. Although he had guessed it before, when he really heard the young man say that he wanted to buy a cauldron, he was still shocked. Could his master really refine elixirs when he had just entered the primal core stage? Looks like Master. He could really be the reincarnation of some old monster. Suemo thought to himself. Or maybe some primordial soul adept has been reborn. It is said that adepts who have entered the primordial soul stage can separate their primordial spirit from their physical body and take over someone else's physical body to be reborn. Although Suemo had killed the Yang family man who had been following him. However, his and Zhou Donghuang's whereabouts had still been tracked by the Yang family. The two of them left the medicine shop, but they had not gone far before they were stopped by a group of people. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in a green robe, and there were a few others behind him, staring at Zhou Donghuang and Suemo like a tiger watching its prey. Both of you, I am the fourth elder of the Yang family, Yang Jian. Our chief invites you to the Yang family for a gathering. The old man in the green robe looked at Zhou Donghuang and Suemo and spoke with a cold expression. Just as Suemo smiled coldly and was about to step forward to deal with the person in front of him, Zhou Donghuang interrupted him. Since the Yang family has invited us so graciously, we will go with them. Chapter 166. In the capital of the Xinguang Empire, a family needed at least one primal core adept to hold the fort if they wanted to enter the upper circles. 200 years ago, the Yang family had produced a primal core adept, and the Yang family had entered the upper circles of the Xinguang Empire. Although that primal core adept of the Yang family had died of old age more than 10 years ago, the current Yang family was connected by marriage to several other families that had primal core adepts, so they were still considered a family in the upper circles of the Xinguang Empire. Although the Yang family mansion was not in the flourishing district of the Xinguang Empire, it was not difficult to see that the Yang family had once been glorious from the vast land it occupied. Inform the patriarch that we've invited him here. Before they entered the Yang family mansion, the fourth elder of the Yang family, Yang Zhuan, spoke to a junior of the Yang family. The latter responded and hurried into the Yang family mansion. Because of this, when Zhou Donghuang and Suemo followed the fourth elder of the Yang family, Yang Zhuan, into the Yang family drawing room, the patriarch and a few elders of the Yang family had already arrived and were waiting there. The patriarch of the Yang family was a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe with silver trim. He was tall and had a dignified expression. He sat at the head of the drawing room with an air of authority. There were two people standing on either side of him. The two on the left were a middle-aged man and an old man. The two on the right were two old men. These were all elders of the Yang family. Patriarch, we have brought them. The fourth elder of the Yang family, Yang Zhuan, entered the drawing room before Zhou Donghuang and Suemo and reported to the patriarch. At the same time, he turned to look at Zhou Donghuang and Suemo and introduced, the one sitting at the head is the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Ting. That is the second elder of the Yang family. That is the fifth elder of the Yang family. After introducing the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Zhuan, the fourth elder of the Yang family, continued to introduce the other four elders of the Yang family. At this moment, the four elders of the Yang family glared at Zhou Donghuang and Suemo. After all, these two were not guests but enemies of the Yang family. It was you who killed our Yang family's eighth elder, Yang Wei. The patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Ting, stared coldly at Suemo as he spoke in a low voice. His tone was filled with eerie, killing intent. Since the two of you have come today, you will pay with your lives and stay in our Yang family forever. Since you took the initiative to cooperate with us, I'll leave your corpses intact. However, in the face of Yang Ting's icy gaze, Su Mo's expression did not change. He calmly said to Yang Ting, "Stand up." Su Mo's words not only caused Yang Ting to be stunned, but the rest of them were also stunned. "You're not fit to sit in front of my master," Su Mo continued. At the same time, he looked at Yang Ting with a warning look in his eyes. "Master?" Hearing Sumo's words, Yang Ting and the elders of the Yang family subconsciously looked at the young man in white in front of Sumo. Only then did they realize that Sumo had been standing behind the young man all along, as though he was the young man's attendant. "You, a late Khanate stage adept, recognize such a young man as your master? Yang Ting once again looked at Su Mo with a look of disdain. The elders of the Yang family now looked at Su Mo with the same look of disdain. If the elegant middle-aged man in front of them had addressed the young man in white as young master, they might have been wary of the young man's background. However, the fact that he had addressed the young man as master was completely beyond their understanding. A late Khanate stage adept recognizing a young man who looked less than 20 years old as his master? To think that you, a late Khanate stage adept, would actually recognize a young man who is less than 20 years old as your master. You're a disgrace to us Khanate stage adepts. At your age, have you been living like a dog? As fellow Khanate stage adepts, I feel ashamed for you. The elders of the Yang family all looked at Su Mo with disdain. I've given you a chance. However, Su Mo did not seem to hear or see the disdain in the eyes of the elders of the Yang family, and even the disdain in the eyes of the patriarch of the Yang family. He looked at Yang Ting and once again spoke calmly. He stepped forward and walked towards Yang Ting, who was sitting at the head of the table. What? Could it be that you still wish to spar with me, Yang Ting? Yang Ting laughed coldly. Although our patriarch is a late Khanate stage adept like you, in the entire Xinguang Empire, excluding the people of the Divine Light sect, those who are below the ultimate Khanate stage can defeat him can be counted on one hand. The fourth elder of the Yang family, Yang Jian, looked disdainfully at Su Mo, who was walking towards Yang Ting, and spoke unhurriedly. As for the other four Yang family elders, their gazes were also filled with disdain as they looked at Su Mo, until Su Mo raised his hand and brought it down like lightning. Bang! Su Mo raised his hand, and a white energy gathered in his palm. As it expanded, a huge white palm print floated in the air above the head of the table where the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Ting, was seated. As Su Mo's palm fell, the area where Yang Ting sat was instantly enveloped by the white palm print. There was a loud sound, and the entire Yang family drawing room trembled as if there had been an earthquake. When the Yang family elders regained their senses, they discovered that after the huge white palm print that had extended from the scholarly middle-aged man's palm had landed like lightning, a huge pit had appeared in the area where the head of the table of the Yang family drawing room was. Within the huge pit, one could vaguely see the remains of the chair, clothes, and a still pool of blood. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The scene before them frightened the Yang family elders so much that they seemed to forget their shock. They stood rooted to the ground, staring at the huge pit in front of them, swallowing hard, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Now, who in the Yang family can call the shots? It was only when a voice rang out in the drawing room that the Yang family elders regained their senses. Their expressions changed dramatically, and when they looked at Su Mo again, their gazes were filled with shock and fear. A primal core adept. He's a primal core adept. At this moment, their hearts were filled with resentment. They resented the person who had spread the false news to the Yang family, who had said that the person who had killed the eighth elder of the Yang family was only a late Khanate stage adept. Wasn't this purposely setting up the Yang family? The person who had killed the eighth elder of the Yang family was clearly a primal core adept. If they had known earlier that it was a primal core adept who had killed the eighth elder of the Yang family, they would not have dared to even think about avenging the eighth elder. My master is speaking to you. Did you not hear? Seeing that the Yang family elders had ignored the young man's question and were all looking at him, Su Mo's expression darkened, and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. Instantly, the Yang family elders were so frightened that their expressions changed. At the same time, they hurriedly looked at the young man dressed in white. Sir, the chief of the Yang family is no longer here. The chief can call the shots. Yes, the chief can call the shots. The chief is one of the two ultimate Khanate stage adepts of the Yang family. He can call the shots. Hearing the words of the Yang family elders, Donghuang said lightly, "If that's the case, call him over." As soon as he finished speaking, Donghuang walked slowly to one of the rows of chairs placed at the side of the Yang family drawing room. At this time, the sharp-eyed Su Mo had already flown forward and picked up the chair. Turning back to the young man who had not yet reached the table, he placed the chair in front of the young man. "Master, please take a seat." After the young man sat down, Su Mo clasped his hands in front of him and stood respectfully behind the young man. Seeing this scene, other than the fourth elder of the Yang family, Yang Jian, who had already left the drawing room to look for the chief of the Yang family as soon as the young man had finished speaking, the remaining four Yang family elders could only feel their hearts tremble. They were even more curious about the background of this young man who looked less than 20 years old, to be able to make a primal core adept willingly serve him. However, thinking of the ferocity of the primal core adept behind the young man, they only took one look at the young man before lowering their heads and standing to the side, not even daring to breathe. Pen and paper. Zhou Donghuang glanced lightly at the four Yang family elders. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the Yang family elders who had brought pen and paper with him hurriedly and respectfully took out the pen and paper from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Donghuang respectfully. Zhou Donghuang casually took it and then began to write on it with great flourish. About 10 breaths after the pen in Zhou Donghuang's hand stopped, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard coming from outside the drawing room of the Yang family. Following closely was a tall, white-haired old man dressed in gray, escorted by the fourth elder of the Yang family, Yang Jian, into the drawing room. "Sirs, I am the previous chief of the Yang family, Yang Qi. My unfilial son has offended you. I hope you will forgive him." After the old man entered the room, he unconsciously glanced at the huge pit in the area of the main seat of the drawing room. After secretly inhaling a breath of cold air, he hurriedly bowed and cupped his hands in apology to Zhou Donghuang and Yang Jian, his tone full of humility. More than 10 years ago, the Yang family did not fear an early primal core adept. But now, an early primal core adept, in a fit of rage, could easily destroy the Yang family. In front of a primal core adept, the Yang family would not be able to withstand a single blow. Even if the Yang family had a few marriage alliances with large families with primal core adepts, these families would definitely not offend a primal core adept for the sake of the Yang family. Gather all the herbs on this piece of paper and give them to me within half a month. In half a month, I will come back to collect the herbs. If I am not careful, I will kill an ultimate Khanate adept of the Yang family. Zhou Donghuang stood up and raised his hand. The piece of paper in his hand was wrapped in a faint white fog and floated out until it reached the old chief of the Yang family, Yang Qi. It floated in the air for a while before Yang Qi, with a look of fear on his face, caught it. And this move of Zhou Donghuang also caused the expressions of the other Yang family elders to change. He is also a primal core adept. My God, he looks like he is not even 20 years old, and he is actually a primal core adept? Chapter 167. In the history of Ziyun, the youngest primal core adept was over 35 years old, and this young man in front of him, who did not look more than 20 years old, was already a primal core adept. In the hall of the Yang family, the fear in the eyes of the few Yang family members did not fade for a long time as they watched the young man dressed in white leave with the scholarly middle-aged man. After leaving the Yang family, Zhou Donghuang found a weapon shop and bought a furnace as well as some rare metal materials. "Master, I can understand that you bought a furnace to make core drugs, but why did you buy these metal materials?" Su Mo asked Zhou Donghuang curiously as he looked at the pile of metal materials in his hands. "To make a primal core spirit weapon," Zhou Donghuang said casually. "Spirit weapon?" Just as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, Su Mo's eyes narrowed. "Master, you know how to make weapons?" Adepts of the primal core stage and above could use their inner yuan to form the samadhi fire. Not only could they use it to make core drugs, they could also be used to make weapons. Weapons made with the samadhi fire were also known as spirit weapons. The space ring was a spirit weapon, but it was the least skillful of the spirit weapons. It was more dependent on the special material needed to make it the space stone, and among the pile of metal materials that his master had just bought, there was no space stone. In other words, his master was preparing to make a spirit weapon other than the space ring. Is it very rare? Zhou Donghuang asked. In his previous life, he was naturally most proficient in refining medicinal pills. However, he was still able to refine spirit tools below the celestial being spirit tool with ease and without the slightest effort. Just now, when he bought the furnace, he had also bought the metal materials that he wanted to use to make inferior primal core spirit weapons. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Su Mo smiled bitterly. Master, the forging of a spirit weapon is extremely difficult, even more so than most core drugs. It is said that in the entire Ziyun planet, of the 5 top sects, only 2 have a spirit weapon each. Furthermore, one of the sects paid a huge price a few hundred years ago to exchange for a spirit weapon from a Dharma adept who accidentally came to the Ziyun planet. Furthermore, they seem to be inferior primal core spirit weapons. But even if they are inferior primal core spirit weapons, they can still increase the power of the user's inner yuan by 10%. As he spoke, Sumo's eyes burned with passion. Looks like I was right. Spirit weapons are rare items on the planet of Ziyun. Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed as he thought. Let's return to the inn first. Tomorrow, I'll make a trip to the black market and get another batch of spirit stones. Zhou Donghuang said to Su Mo. The two of them made their way back to the Yuntai Inn, and it was smooth sailing. The 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, did not send anyone to stop them. It was as if he had disappeared without a trace. Of course, Zhou Donghuang knew in his heart that his opponent was not in a hurry to make a move because he did not intend to give up. He was definitely more of a spectator, just as Zhou Donghuang had thought. Not long after he and Su Mo returned to the Yuntai Inn, the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, who was in the black market, received a report from one of his subordinates. 17th elder, those 2 people not only killed the men we sent to the Yuntai Inn, but they were also brought to the Yang family household by the Yang family. The old man stood respectfully in front of Lu Xuanyu, his expression solemn as he said, but they left the Yang family household unscathed. Our plan to be the Oriole behind them has failed. The Yang family did not manage to hold them back. Lu Xuanyu was a little surprised. Didn't they say that the middle-aged man was only a late Khanate adept? Even if the 2 ultimate Khanate adepts of the Yang family did not make a move, it would not have been difficult for the Yang family to hold him back, right? 17th elder. The old man smiled bitterly. At first I thought so too, but after I asked around, I received a piece of news that I could not be sure if it was true or not. On the Yang family's side, the only son of an elder of the Yang family personally spread a piece of news. Whether it was the middle-aged man who killed the 8th elder of the Yang family, Yang Wei, or the young man who had grown up in the past 6 months, they were both primal core adepts. The middle-aged man still called the young man master. The young man did not look more than 20 years old. As the old man spoke, a look of suspicion surfaced in his eyes. A primal core adept who is not even 20 years old. Although this news seems plausible, I do not really believe it. A primal core adept who is not even 20 years old. Lu Xuanyu was taken aback at first, and then he could not help but laugh. In the history of the Ziyun planet, the youngest primal core adept to appear was only 36 years old, and he only entered the primal core stage. And that person was an ancestor of the Divine Light sect, one of the only 2 Dharma laws adepts in the history of the planet of Ziyun. A primal core adept who is not even 20 years old may be found on those planets that are rich in resources, but on the planet of Ziyun, it is impossible for such a person to appear. As the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu had some say in this matter. I think so too. The old man nodded. As for the middle-aged man, it is possible that he is a primal core adept. Lu Xuanyu thought for a moment and looked at the old man. Has he returned to the Yuntai Inn? If not, after you keep an eye on him, send someone to call me over. I will personally go and meet him. As he spoke, Lu Xuanyu's eyes flashed with greed. We cannot wait any longer. if he is really a primal core adept. In half a year, he must have used more than 100 spirit stones. Yes, 17th Elder. The old man acknowledged and left. At the Yuntai Inn, after returning, Donghuang began to refine the core drug in his room, while Suemo stood to one side and observed. Of course, Suemo did not dare to make such a request himself. It was Donghuang who had personally requested for Suemo to come in and observe. Refining core drugs is similar to mixing elixirs and elixirs, but only in terms of pharmacology. In refining core drugs, besides pharmacology, controlling the fire is also very important. As Donghuang spoke, he extended the inner yuan in his body and wrapped it around the alchemy furnace, causing it to float in the air in front of him. Following this, various herbs appeared in his hands and were cut into neat sections by the inner yuan. Cutting the herbs will help to balance the medicinal properties of the herbs after they enter the alchemy furnace. A young man who was not even 20 years old was casually refining and explaining the way of refining core drugs. A middle-aged man who was already in his 70s but looked like he was at most in his 40s was like a curious baby, staring intently at Donghuang refining core drugs, afraid to miss a single detail. After about 15 minutes, the young man raised his hand and patted the alchemy furnace. Immediately, core drugs shot out from the furnace and were stored in a medicine bottle that he had prepared beforehand. These are 10 connate core drugs, the same effect as the connate elixir that I made previously, but the effect is 3 times that of the connate elixir. After keeping the bottle in his pocket, Donghuang looked at Suemo and told him what elixir he had just made. Three times? Suemo was stunned. In the past, he had been shocked by the connate elixir that his master had formulated, and now his master was telling him that the connate core drugs he had just produced were 3 times that of the connate elixir. Without waiting for Suemo to recover from his shock, Donghuang picked up the metal materials that he had just bought and floated them in the air with his inner yuan. Then, he used his inner yuan to form the samadhi fire and melted them. Following this, under the gaze of Suemo, who had just recovered from a shock, Donghuang combined his inner yuan with the samadhi fire to form a small hill the size of an adult's fist. When the exquisite hill formed, Donghuang's expression, which had been calm and collected, suddenly became serious. His hands moved quickly, and thousands of tiny threads of inner yuan swept across the surface of the exquisite hill, as if he was spinning silk from a cocoon. Suemo was dazzled by this technique. "Master, are you carving a matrix?" The essence of making a spirit weapon is to set up a matrix. The stronger the spirit weapon, the more complicated the matrix is, and the more difficult it is to set up. Donghuang's voice rang out in Sumo's ears. The space ring is the least difficult type of spirit weapon to make. The difficulty of making a sword sphere is similar to that of space ring. But, unlike a space ring, the material required to make a space ring, the space stone, is extremely precious, and the material used to make a sword sphere cannot compare. Therefore, a sword sphere cannot be considered a spirit weapon, and is of no help to a primal core adept. Donghuang's words gave Suemo a better understanding of spirit weapons. In the past, he had only known that spirit weapons were extremely precious, but he had not known the intricacies of how to make them. And because of this, he felt even more respect for the young man before him. Done. By the time Donghuang finished, it was already 2 hours later. Obviously, the effort required to make a spirit weapon was far greater than the effort required to make a core drug. "Try it." Donghuang casually tossed the small hill to Suemo as if he were throwing away trash. Now, this small hill was not only lifelike, but it could also be vaguely seen that its body was carved with tiny, densely packed lines. For a primal core adept, whether activating a sword sphere or a primal core spirit weapon, there is no need to familiarize himself with the intricacies of the matrix. You only need to inject your inner yuan into it, and you can use it directly. Donghuang added. As Suemo nodded, he tried to inject a thread of inner yuan into the small hill. After the injection, the small hill flew up under Sumo's control, and as it landed with a loud bang, the power that exploded from it caused Su Mo's eyes to light up. The power has increased by a whole 10%. This was the mark of an inferior-grade primal core spirit weapon. Chapter 168. Looking at the exquisite hill in his hand, Su Mo's heart trembled. This was the inferior-grade primal core spirit weapon that there were only 2 in the entire Xian planet. From this moment on, including the exquisite hill in his hands, there was now another inferior primal core spirit weapon on the planet of Xian. Master, how did you do it? Although the metal materials you bought from the weapon shop are all rare and expensive, they are all rare and precious materials. However, they are only materials that can be bought with gold and silver and cannot be considered as rare treasures on the planet of Xian. Su Mo looked at the young man in white before him, and the shock on his face did not fade. With just those materials, you were able to make the 3rd inferior spirit weapon on the planet of Xian. Although the materials are important to make a spirit weapon, they are not the most important, Zhou Donghuang said casually. Zhou Donghuang said calmly. The most important thing is the matrix inscribed on it. Of course, the metal materials that can be bought with gold and silver can at most be used to make inferior spirit weapons. If you want to make a better spirit weapon, you need to find other ways to obtain materials that cannot be bought with gold and silver. As he spoke, Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed. Tomorrow, I will go to the black market to get another batch of spirit stones, and also to exchange for materials that can be used to make higher-grade spirit weapons. Master, are you really confident that you can deal with the 17th Elder of the Divine Light sect, the mid-primal core adept Lu Xuanyu? Su Mo could not help but ask. If you are not confident enough, I think there is no need to take the risk. After all, the 1,000 spirit stones that you obtained earlier should be enough for you to use for a while. It should be no problem for you to reach the mid-primal core stage. What about the 1,000 spirit stones? Zhou Donghuang shook his head. 2 days ago, I used up the 1,000 spirit stones. Using spirit stones to set up an energy-gathering formation consumed a lot of energy, and it was much more wasteful than simply absorbing the spirit energy from the spirit stones. But the problem was, the former was more efficient. Even if it was wasteful, it was worth it. Right now, Zhou Donghuang was equivalent to 2 early primal core adepts combined into one. This was because there were 2 primal cores in his dantian, and the power that could be unleashed from either primal core was no weaker than that of an ordinary early primal core adept. What? Su Mo turned pale with fright. Used up. This was something he had never expected. However, on second thought, he remembered that his master had, in the short span of half a year, advanced from the late Khanate stage to the primal core stage. Su Mo was relieved. Spending 1,000 spirit stones for such a monstrous advancement was understandable. Master, are you planning to use this inferior primal core spirit weapon to exchange for spirit stones on the black market? Su Mo glanced at the exquisite hill in his hand, and a look of worry flashed in his eyes. If that's the case, I don't recommend it. This is because, in the eyes of the Divine Light sect, an inferior primal core spirit weapon is worth far more than a mere 4,000 spirit stones. An inferior-grade primal core spirit weapon is enough for the Divine Light sect to voluntarily accept the punishment and hand over 4,000 spirit stones to the Xianin sect and the other 3 sections. Su Mo said. No, if Su Mo could think of it, how could Zhou Donghuang not? I'll go to the black market tomorrow and use other methods to obtain spirit stones and the materials I need. As he said this, Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed. This time, if he could gather all the materials and forge the spirit weapon he needed when he left the black market, as long as the golden essence adepts did not appear in the Xian planet, he would be invincible. The next day, Zhou Donghuang left the Yuntai in alone early in the morning. As for Su Mo, he did not bring him along, as there was no point in bringing him along. When they reached the black market, the 2 of them would still have to part ways. As soon as Zhou Donghuang left the inn, he attracted the attention of the old man who was standing guard near the entrance of the Yuntai Inn. This old man was the trusted subordinate of the elder of the black market and the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu. He was an early primal core disciple of the Divine Light sect. In the Divine Light sect, only when one entered the middle primal core stage could he become an elder and enjoy better treatment. Of course, there were also some talented disciples that the Divine Light sect focused on. Even if their level of practice was low and they had yet to mature, the Divine Light sect would still spend a lot of resources on them. Even the elders of the Divine Light sect would be jealous of the resources that the Divine Light sect spent on these talented disciples. The top figures in the Divine Light sect had basically all started out in their youth and had been showered with resources like this. Just him alone? The old man frowned and said to one of the two men behind him, "You, go back and tell the 17th elder that only this young man has left the Yuntai Inn. In order to avoid alerting the middle-aged man, I do not intend to touch him for now." The latter responded and left. After Zhou Donghuang left the Yuntai Inn, he went directly to the black market and found an empty wooden hut to enter. Of course, at this time, the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, also knew that Zhou Donghuang had come, but he could not be sure which one was Zhou Donghuang. Just that young man came alone? I want to see if he will make a big move like the middle-aged man who entered the black market half a year ago. Very quickly, Zhou Donghuang did not disappoint Lu Xuanyu. The formula for a qi-gathering elixir that increases the sensitivity to qi by 20 times the cost of refining one batch of herbs does not exceed 10 liang of gold. Is that true? As soon as a sign was hung in front of the wooden hut that Zhou Donghuang was in, a group of people quickly gathered outside. These people, completely covered in hooded black robes, whispered among themselves. So far, the best qi-gathering elixir on the market can only increase the sensitivity to qi by 12 times, right? Furthermore, it was only released half a year ago, and its price is very high. I heard that the cost of refining it is not small. That qi-gathering elixir that increases the sensitivity to qi by 12 times seems to have been perfected in the black market. I heard that the cost of refining one batch of it is more than 10 liang of gold. Under such circumstances, how can it be cheap? If there really is such a formula, 3,000 spirit stones is really not expensive. Indeed, it is not expensive. If one obtains the formula for this qi-gathering elixir, they can completely monopolize the high-end qi-gathering elixir market on the planet of Ziyun. Furthermore, if one of the top sects obtains it and does not sell it to the public, their disciples will be able to grow at a faster rate and widen the gap between them and the disciples of the other four top sections. Does not sell it to the public? That is not realistic. Once this kind of qi-gathering pill appears, the other four sects will definitely put pressure on the sect that obtained the pill formula to either share it with them or sell it to them. Inside the wooden hut, Zhou Donghuang sat in front of the wooden table, waiting patiently. On the other side of the wooden table, an employee of the black market, a disciple of the Divine Light sect who was at the Khanate stage, looked at the black-robed man in front of him, his eyes filled with uncertainty. He was doubtful that this black-robed man could produce such a formula. However, even though he was doubtful, since the other party had requested such a sign, he could only comply. If someone wanted to buy the formula, and this person could not produce it, the person would be the one in trouble, and he would have nothing to do with it. It's Elder Tuaku. Outside the wooden house, a bald old man in a silver cassock walked in while being escorted by two middle-aged men. The group of black-robed people made way for him. At the same time, many of them recognized the old man in the lead. It was the person in charge of the black market, the third elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuaku. Tuaku was a late primal core adept of the Divine Light sect, a silver essence adept. That is the 15th elder of the Divine Light sect, Zheng Yong, and that is the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu. My God, the person in charge of the black market and the other two managing elders are actually here personally. This is normal. After all, if the formula for the qi-gathering core really exists, the practice speed of some of the chi-gathering adepts on the planet of Ziyun will increase exponentially. They will spend less time in the chi-gathering stage and enter the Khanate stage earlier, so they will have more time to break through to the primal core stage and even the Dharma laws stage. As the group of black-robed men whispered among themselves, the three people led by the third elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuaku, had already entered the wooden hut. Third elder, 15th elder, 17th elder. As soon as the three of them entered, the black market worker in the wooden hut, a disciple of the Divine Light sect, hurriedly bowed respectfully to the three of them. "You may leave." Tuaku looked at the young man, and as soon as he finished speaking, the young man had already left respectfully and closed the door of the wooden hut. "Sir, do you really have the formula for the chi-gathering core that can increase the sensitivity to chi by 20 times? Tuaku sat down in front of the wooden table, opposite Zhou Donghuang. He looked at Zhou Donghuang and asked seriously, "If I don't have it, why would I come to your black market?" Zhou Donghuang asked calmly. This voice, almost as soon as Zhou Donghuang spoke, the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, who was standing behind Tuaku, narrowed his eyes and his heart trembled. What a young voice! It seems that he is most likely the young man who sold the formula for the chi-gathering core to the middle-aged man of the Divine Light sect half a year ago. "Sir, your voice is really young." Tuaku looked at Zhou Donghuang in surprise. "It seems that you are here to help your elder sell the formula? Whatever you want to think of it," Zhou Donghuang said calmly. Just as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, a voice came from outside. "Third elder, Alchemist Su is here." As Tuaku responded, an elderly figure pushed open the door and entered. At the same time, Tuaku stood up and led the two people behind him in greeting. "Alchemist Su, let me see the formula." The old man nodded at Tuaku and the other two and came to Zhou Donghuang, his eyes blazing. Just as Tuaku and the other two thought that the black-robed man would hesitate, they saw him quickly take out a piece of paper from his sleeve and hand it to the old man. He was the core refining master of the Divine Light sect, the top core refining master of the Ziyun planet, Su Fu. End of this chapter. Chapter 169. Su Fu had come from a planet rich in resources and had many primordial soul adepts, so he was very knowledgeable. But now, when he held the pill recipe in his hands and looked at it, his expression changed drastically. Occasionally, he would even exclaim in excitement, "Amazing! Wonderful! Wonderful! These herbs can actually be combined like this. The effect is even better this way. Amazing! Amazing!" After a while, Su Fu put down the elixir formula and reluctantly handed it back to the black-robed man behind the wooden table, Zhou Donghuang. "Alchemist Su, what do you think?" The person in charge of the black market and the third elder of the Divine Light sect, Tuaku, looked at Su Fu. Although there was a question, he already had an answer in his heart. After all, Su Fu's earlier loss of composure was enough to explain everything. "The elixir formula is real," Su Fu said very seriously. "However, even if I had the elixir formula, I would need at least another 10 days to half a month to have the confidence to produce the chi-gathering elixir according to the formula." As he said this, Su Fu's eyes lit up. "Third elder, please buy the elixir formula. 3,000 spirit stones for the elixir formula. Later, the other 4 sects will definitely want us to share the elixir formula, and then we can collect 1,000 spirit stones from each sect. Of course, even if we do not share the elixir formula and only provide them with chi-gathering elixirs, we can still earn back the 3,000 spirit stones," Su Fu said solemnly. "With this elixir formula, the talented chi-gathering adepts of the Divine Light sect can even reach the Khanate stage a few years earlier." Naturally, Tuaku did not doubt Su Fu's words. He looked at Zhou Donghuang and said, "Sir, our black market is unable to produce 3,000 spirit stones at the moment. I need to send a message back to the sect and have them send the spirit stones over. I can't wait that long." As Zhou Donghuang spoke again, a piece of paper slipped out of his sleeve. It was immediately wrapped in a faint white fog and sent to Tuaku, floating in the air, waiting for him to reach out and take it. Primal Core Adept? Tuaku was shocked. From the voice of the black-robed man, he had thought that he was at most 20 years of age, but he had not expected that he was actually a Primal Core Adept. Although he was only an early Primal Core Adept, he was still shocked. Is he really a Primal Core Adept? Behind Tuaku, the 17th elder of the Divine Light sect, Lu Xuanyu, narrowed his eyes. Is he really the young man beside the middle-aged man? Lu Xuanyu had already confirmed the identity of the person in front of him. But now, with the appearance of the inner yuan of the person before him, revealing the fact that he was an early Primal Core Adept, he could not help but wonder, was the black-robed man before him really that young man? A youth who was not even 20 years old, a Primal Core Adept? He still couldn't believe it. However, when he recalled the fake news his subordinates sent back yesterday, his heart could not help but waver a little. The materials on the paper can replace spirit stones. I've already marked the price. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you can't gather what I want, I'll sell this elixir formula to the other sections. Sir, 3 days is too short. Tuaku glanced at the materials recorded on the paper. It was not difficult to see that these materials, even on the planet of Ziyun, were considered rare materials. They could not be bought with gold or silver, and were usually traded with spirit stones. 2 days. Zhou Donghuang spoke again. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Tuaku's expression changed, and the 2 elders of the Divine Light sect behind him also glared at Zhou Donghuang. Young man, this is the black market, the territory of the Divine Light sect. If you want to leave the black market unscathed, you better not go overboard. Lu Xuanyu said in a low voice. Trying to scare me? Zhou Donghuang raised his head and glanced at Lu Xuanyu. With a wave of his hand, the inner yuan in his hand crushed the qi-gathering elixir formula into pieces, making it impossible to put it back together. 1 day, if I do not gather what I want in 1 day, this elixir formula will not be fated with the Divine Light sect. Other than that, he will now give me 100 spirit stones as compensation for scaring me just now. Zhou Donghuang looked at Tuaku and pointed at Lu Xuanyu. Young man, you're asking for it. Lu Xuanyu's expression changed. He had never imagined that the person in front of him would dare to extort him. Zhou Donghuang ignored Lu Xuanyu and continued to look at Tuaku. 17th Elder, give him 100 spirit stones first. The black market will cover half of it for you, and I'll get the treasury to give you 50 spirit stones later. Tuaku, the 3rd elder of the Divine Light sect, could not fathom the strength of the black-robed man before him. But he knew that the Divine Light sect had to obtain the elixir formula, so he could only choose to compromise for now and satisfy the black-robed man's demands, lest he take another step further. When Tuaku spoke, his tone was commanding. No matter how unwilling Lu Xuanyu was, he could only obediently take out 100 spirit stones from his space ring and hand them over to Zhou Donghuang. But when he looked at Zhou Donghuang, his eyes were filled with an icy, murderous intent. Even if he only had to pay 50 spirit stones, it was still a large sum. Although the Divine Light sect would give him spirit stones every month, it would still take more than a year for him to accumulate 50 spirit stones. Sir, we will do our best to prepare what you need. Please wait here for the next day. Now, Tuaku did not dare to bargain. Zhou Donghuang's tone was indifferent as Tuaku led his men out of the wooden house. Under the watchful eyes of the black-robed men outside the wooden house, Tuaku led his men back to his room in the black market. 3rd elder, that kid is too much. Lu Xuanyu said as soon as they entered the room. In my opinion, we should just kill him and take his elixir formula. Even if the news gets out, the Divine Light sect will have to pay 4,000 spirit stones as punishment for breaking the rules of the black market. That will be worth it to the 4 sections. Furthermore, as long as we agree to share the elixir formula with them, or sell the finished elixir to them, the Divine Light sect will not have to pay those 4,000 spirit stones. As he said this, Lu Xuanyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The elixir formula has already been destroyed by him. Tuaku shook his head. Lu Xuanyu was taken aback, but his eyes were fierce as he said, "Then we will torture him and force him to write out the elixir formula again." Looking at his posture, it is obvious that he has memorized the contents of the elixir formula and can write it out at any time. Otherwise, he would not have destroyed the elixir formula and acted as if he wanted to make a deal with the Divine Light sect. Torture him? Force him? Tuaku continued to shake his head. If he cannot bear the torture and wants to commit suicide, we will not be able to stop him. In that case, the Divine Light sect will completely lose the opportunity to obtain the elixir formula. Your suggestion is not realistic. As he said this, Tuaku looked at Su Fu and asked respectfully, "Alchemist Su, just now, when you looked at the elixir formula, how much do you remember? Is it possible for you to completely replicate it?" Su Fu shook his head. "I only looked at it once. I can only remember 10 to 20% of the elixir formula. The elixir formula is very complicated, and even if I look at it 100 times, I can only remember half of it. Unless I have a photographic memory, I can forcibly remember it. In that case, we will follow his request and help him prepare the materials." As the third elder of the Divine Light sect and the person in charge of the black market in the capital of the Xinguang Empire, Tuaku gave the order, and all the elders and disciples who were not on duty in the black market were sent out to various large families in the capital of the Xinguang Empire, and even some small sects outside the capital, to see if these families and sects had the rare materials that the black-robed young man wanted. It had to be said that the black market was very efficient. In less than a day and a night, the next morning, they had gathered most of the rare materials that Zhou Donghuang needed. The rest of the materials that had not been gathered could only be paid in spirit stones. "Sir, the things you want to have arrived. The elixir formula. Is it time to give it to me?" Inside the wooden hut, Tuaku looked at the black-robed man in front of him as he spoke. Now, on the wooden table in the wooden house, in addition to a half-open wooden box containing 1,000 spirit stones, there were also all kinds of metal ores and materials. At first glance, one could tell that they were not simple. They were not ordinary metal ores and materials at all. That's right. Zhou Donghuang's gaze swept over the materials and spirit stones on the table, and he nodded. He then looked at Tuaku and said, "Come back in a day to collect the elixir formula. I have already destroyed the previous elixir formula, and I need to write it out again. In the wooden hut, do not leave anyone to disturb me, or you will bear the consequences." "All right," Tuaku responded and led his men out. However, although they had left, Tuaku did not leave the vicinity of the wooden hut. He even had a few elders of the Divine Light sect from the black market come and stand with him in different directions around the wooden hut, staring at it like a tiger watching its prey, as if deeply afraid that the person inside would escape. Now, even a middle primal core adept would not be able to escape, much less an early primal core adept. Lu Xuanyu stood in a corner of the wooden hut, staring at it with a murderous look in his eyes. Inside the wooden hut, writing the elixir formula from memory naturally did not take a day. The reason why Zhou Donghuang had asked Tuaku to collect the elixir formula in a day was that he planned to use the materials that Tuaku had brought to make the spirit weapon that he wanted now. The list of materials that I gave Tuaku is a list of the materials needed to make an ultimate spirit weapon, although he did not gather all the materials. However, these materials are enough for me to create a superior spirit weapon. Primal core spirit weapons were spirit weapons used by primal core adepts. Inferior spirit weapons, when infused with inner yuan, could only increase the power by 10%. Middle-grade spirit weapons could increase the power by 30%. Superior spirit weapons could increase the power by 60%. A supreme-grade spirit weapon could double one's power. Chapter 170. Third Elder, you are right. A day later, in the wooden hut, Su Fu nodded at Tuaku after reading the formula in his hand. As soon as Su Fu finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang stood up and walked out of the wooden hut without looking back. From the beginning to the end, Tuo Ku, the third elder of the Divine Light sect and a late Primal Core adept, had no intention of stopping Zhou Donghuang and allowed him to leave. However, after Zhou Donghuang left, Tuo could not help but look at Su Fu and ask, "Alchemist Su, what you said before, is it true? This formula, even a planet with a divine transformation adept might not have it?" Earlier, Tuo had heard Su Fu say that the formula for the chi-gathering elixir that the black-robed man had given to him could not be found even on a planet with a divine transformation adept. The divine transformation stage was above the primordial soul stage and was 2 whole levels higher than the Dharma stage. Because of this, he was even more wary of the black-robed man. For him to be able to give such a formula, what did it mean? This meant that the other party had either encountered a great opportunity or had become the disciple of a powerful cultivator from another planet. However, his master had left him in the Ziyun planet to cultivate. In the boundless universe, there was no lack of cases of these two. If it was the former, he could definitely kill him and take back everything that he had taken from a Divine Light sect. However, if it was the latter, once his master found out, the Divine Light sect could be doomed. After all, the fact that the black-robed man had sold the formula for the chi-gathering elixir in the black market was no secret, and it would not be difficult for his master to trace it back to the Divine Light sect. He did not dare to take the risk. The Divine Light sect could not take the risk for 1,000 spirit stones and materials. Third Elder, are you doubting my words? Su Fu's expression darkened slightly. Alchemist Su, please do not misunderstand. I just want to confirm. Tuo Ku smiled awkwardly and apologized profusely. Although Su Fu's level of practice was not as high as his alchemy skills were the best in the entire Xian planet, and he was the most respected in the Divine Light sect. His position in the sect was even higher than his own. After leaving the black market, Zhou Donghuang prepared to return to the Yuntai. Just like when he had come, he did not fly. Instead, he walked slowly through the streets and alleys of the capital of the Shengguang Empire, enjoying the noise around him. He had been in seclusion for half a year and hadn't stepped out of his room. When he heard the noise, not only did he not feel disgusted, he even felt a sense of familiarity. However, when he walked into a small alley with only a few stalls and a dozen passers-by, he seemed to have noticed something and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Just as Zhou Donghuang paused in his tracks, a voice rang out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanied by a series of ear-piercing sounds, less than 20 people, including passers-by and stall owners, were penetrated by more than 10 white streams of light in the blink of an eye. They directly fell to the ground and died. These people didn't even have the chance to react before they fell to the ground and died. When the dozen or so people died, they still had the same expression as before. Those who were looking left and right still had curious expressions on their faces. Those who were bargaining with the stall owner were still frowning. There were also 2 children who were not even 10 years old who still had innocent smiles on their faces. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Just as Zhou Donghuang frowned slightly and raised his head to look in the direction of the white streams of light, a figure descended from the air. Is Lu Xuanyu? Zhou Donghuang was no stranger to the person in front of him. It was the person whom he had asked for 100 spirit stones as compensation for his mental distress. At that time, he only knew that this person had a high status in the black market, but did not know his identity. Now, seeing him appear before him, it was not difficult for him to guess his identity. The 17th elder of the Xinguang sect, Lu Xuanyu. 2 days ago, Su Mo had killed one of the people who had been following them, sent by Lu Xuanyu. It was also at that time that he knew that he had been targeted by Lu Xuanyu. Kid, you didn't think that I would be able to find you, did you? After Lu Xuanyu landed slowly, he looked at Zhou Donghuang with a cold smile. So what if you found me? Zhou Donghuang asked calmly. So it is you. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's voice and words, Lu Xuanyu was completely sure that the black-robed man who had extorted 100 spirit stones from him was this young man in white before him. Although he still did not dare to believe that this young man was a primal core adept, he still did not dare to believe it. But at this moment, even if he did not dare to believe it, he had to believe it. Kid, no matter what kind of fortuitous encounter you have, or whether you have a powerful teacher behind you, today, you will die without a doubt. Lu Xuanyu looked at Zhou Donghuang with a murderous look and an unconcealable greed. 1,000 spirit stones, and rare materials that were worth no less than 2,000 spirit stones. As long as he killed this person in front of him, everything that he had exchanged for in the black market would belong to him, Lu Xuanyu. Furthermore, he could take back the 100 spirit stones that he had given to this person 2 days ago. You killed them to silence them, so that they would not spread the news of you attacking me. Zhou Donghuang glanced at the dozen corpses in the alley and asked coldly, "That's right. As long as no one witnesses me killing you, even if you have a powerful teacher behind you, no one will be able to trace it back to me." As Lu Xuanyu finished speaking, the milky white inner yuan around his body pulsed and revolved around his body, lifting him into the air and heading straight for Zhou Donghuang. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so weak despite having so many treasures on you. As Lu Xuanyu finished speaking, he was already near Zhou Donghuang, and with a raise of his hand, the blade in his palm whistled through the air. Buzz! The piercing sound of the blade rang out, and a solid white ray of the blade sliced through the air towards Zhou Donghuang. Even if you die today, no one will know that I killed you, although I am not worried that anyone will know that I killed you, said Zhou Donghuang calmly. With a flick of his right sleeve, a fan appeared in his hand. Originally, I did not need to use this to kill you, but it was just for fine last night and has not been sharpened yet, so I will let it drink your blood to sharpen it. As Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, the fan in his hand suddenly opened, and the black, sharp ribs of the fan glowed with a cold light that could be seen with the naked eye. A moment later, a faint white light rose from the fan. Whoosh! In a flash, Zhou Donghuang's entire body moved like a ghost, and the fan in his hand met the solid ray of light that Lu Xuanyu had sent out. Whoosh! The fan flew through the air and met Lu Xuanyu's solid ray of light, slicing through it like tofu, and then shattering it. Spirit weapon. Earlier, when he heard Zhou Donghuang's words, Lu Xuanyu had already suspected that the fan in front of him was a spirit weapon. Now, seeing that his opponent had so easily destroyed his attack with the fan, he was completely certain. It is indeed a spirit weapon. Immediately, the greed in Lu Xuanyu's eyes intensified. A spirit weapon. Even in the Divine Light sect, they only had one. Although Zhou Donghuang had easily destroyed Lu Xuanyu's attack, Lu Xuanyu did not think that there was anything special about Zhou Donghuang's spirit weapon. He only thought that Zhou Donghuang had used all his inner yuan to neutralize his attack. His attack was a condensed blade of inner yuan that had left his body, and it did not have any power behind it. It was not strange that an early Primal Core adept could neutralize it with the full power of an inferior Primal Core spirit weapon. Kid, before you die, let me thank you for giving me this spirit weapon. Lu Xuanyu's eyes flashed with greed, and then the milky white light surrounding him trembled, and like a cannonball, it flew towards Zhou Donghuang at lightning speed. At the same time, as Lu Xuanyu's hands danced, 2 rays of light condensed from inner yuan appeared above his hands, but they did not leave his body. Now, Lu Xuanyu planned to use all his strength to kill the young man before him to prevent any unexpected events. Dream on. Facing the menacing Lu Xuanyu, how could Zhou Donghuang not know what he was thinking? He laughed disdainfully as the fan in his hand spun in his palm, and a sharp white light flashed around him. Wong, 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 wong. The fan in Zhou Donghuang's hand was like a fan that had left its machine. With a shake of his hand, it flew out of his hand and towards Lu Xuanyu, bringing with it a piercing sound. Spirit weapon. Seeing the fan spinning towards him, Lu Xuanyu's eyes lit up, and then the white light in his hands transformed into 2 large white hands that grabbed at the fan. Obviously, Lu Xuanyu wanted to snatch Zhou Donghuang's spirit weapon. However, in the next moment, as the fan came closer, Lu Xuanyu's expression changed completely when he sensed the strong and condensed inner yuan on the fan. Impossible! At this moment, the power of the true yuan emitted by the nearby folding fan was even stronger than his own true yuan. This did not mean that the inner yuan on the fan was of higher quality than his, but when the quantity was added together, it was as if the inner yuan of several early primal core adepts had been perfectly combined, displaying a strength that was enough to crush his own inner yuan. Winning by quantity. No. Lu Xuanyu hastily let out a cry of indignation. Then, he exerted all his strength. His hands pulsed with true essence in an attempt to block the incoming fan. Now, in his eyes, the fan was no longer a treasure, but a scythe that had come to claim his life. The greed in Lu Xuanyu's eyes completely disappeared. In its place was fear from the bottom of his heart. Poof! A soft sound echoed in the small alley. Lu Xuanyu's heart-wrenching cry of indignation came to an abrupt end. The folding fan rotated like a fan, destroying the true essence in Lu Xuanyu's hand as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, directly killing Lu Xuanyu. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.